Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, Bill. Thanks for joining us. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Hey, could you guys do me a favor, Kevin, or somebody there at Building Standards Commission? For the life of me, I cannot find my 9-point criteria. So could somebody email that to me?
Yeah, I think
I thought it
if
was
you
in the documents in our folder, but I'm now scrambling to find it.
yeah, I think it's in the preface, but it's a link. Let me double check to where you
Okay.
can just click the link and it'll open. Yeah, if you look at the preface document, Bill, let's see, it's on page 1, but you got to scroll like halfway down. There's a building standards law link. Let me click that, and I think it goes right to. Yeah, it goes right to the Leginfo website with all the building standards law. Then if you want the 9-point criteria, it's 18930.
So I'm on that page. I went to the link, and where is it?
Well, you know what? That's actually the link to all of building standards law. Let me see here. Actually, we have like a PDF of the 9-point criteria on our website. I'm just going to download that and I'll email it to you. Would that work?
Thank you.
You got it.
Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it had it all under control this morning, and then, hey, where's that?
Definitely.
Well, good morning to everybody. So, dear, are you live? Is your microphone live?
Hey, Bill, this is Irina. Could you try to speak a little bit more loudly?
Okay.
Yeah.
How's that? Does that sound better?
A little bit.
Hmm.
Oh, really?
Let me try now. How does that sound? Is that any better? I'll just try to project.
Yeah, I think it's a little better. We'll see. Thank you, Bill.
Okay, sure.
Mhm.
Gary Dunger, if you would do me a favor, I'm going to send you a request to move you. If you could accept that, you'll be able to enable your camera and your microphone at that point.
यहाँ पे वो कहाँ है हैंड्स वगैरह कहाँ है
क्या करना पड़ेगा
हैंड्स वगैरह अगर मेरे को
हाँ?
आई हैव टू रेज द हैंड कहाँ है हैंड जेस्चर वगैरह कहाँ है
Kevin, I found my 9-point standards, my 9-point criteria.
मैं तो हूँ लेकिन मेरा
अनम्यूटेड
हैंड
हो गया तो तुम्हें कर देंगे।
अनम्यूटेड है लेकिन वो का हैंड जेस्चर का
So Sadir, we can hear you now.
है। Okay, thank you.
Sure.
You got it, Bill. Sorry, you were quicker than me.
I had it in another one of my folders on my desktop.
There you go. Thank you. And we'll get started in just a moment.
It looks like we have everybody, and it's 9. So, Bill, it's all yours.
Okay, then why don't we go ahead and call the meeting to order? So I'd like to welcome you all and thank you for coming today. I'm Bill Zelmer, Chair of the Health Facilities Code Advisory Committee. I'm calling this meeting to order. It is 9 o'clock on July 30th, 2024. Irina Brosman, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Bill Zelmer,
Here.
Belinda Young, Don Anderson,
Here.
Renee Amy,
Here.
Sadir Agrawal,
Here.
Michael Stone,
Here.
Cheryl Damnich,
Here.
Sharon Gowie, absent, Gary Danger,
Good morning. Here.
Heber Barrera White,
Here.
Stephen Garino,
Here.
Connie Christensen, absent. We have quorum.
Thank you, Irina, and we do have a quorum for this meeting. At this time, I would like to remind the committee members participating remotely to disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at your remote location and the general nature of your relationship with any such individuals pursuant to Senate Bill 544, Chapter 216, Statutes of 2023. So Irina, I'm not hearing anybody making any disclosures.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
Steve Garino. I'm in a cubicle area with headphones on. There may be fire inspectors that walk by me and behind me.
thank you, Stephen. Are there any others?
Mr.
None.
Chair, Mr. Chair, this is Mike Stone. My nephew, who is an adult, may be walking in and out occasionally.
Thank you, Michael. Any others?
At my end. Nobody at my end. This is Sudhir.
Thank you, Sadir. And Bill Zelmer, my wife Olympia may walk by from time to time in the room, and my sister-in-law. And that's all for me. Thank you. Any others?
क्या करना है?
वापस कहाँ से जाना है?
Okay, hearing none. Irina, would you please read
Sorry?
the meeting information?
On क्यों करा उसको?
मैंने कुछ नहीं किया.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Irina Brosman, Supervising Architect of the California Building Standards Commission, and will be assisting the chairperson throughout the meeting. And just to note, we have a camera over there and the screen over here. So I will be facing like away from the camera most of the time when I talk to you. So that's just a note. I would also like to introduce the other CBSC staff in attendance. Barbara Trusley will be running the Zoom webinar and YouTube webcast and also help us with the public comments received during the meeting. Other CBSC staff are on Zoom, including our new Executive Director, Stoyan Bumbalov, and Deputy Executive Director, Kevin Day. This is an open public meeting of CBSC Health Facilities, HF, Code Advisory Committee. The purpose of this meeting is to ensure public participation in the development of the proposed building standards and to ensure adequate technical review and recommendations to the Commission and the state agencies on the proposed building standards submitted for this committee's review prior to being evaluated by the CBSC commissioners for adoption. Mr. Chair.
Any members of the public that would like to participate and recognize, please use the raised hand feature in Zoom, and any phone participants be ready on the phone. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for public members to introduce themselves.
We don't have any hands and we don't have any phone participants at the moment.
Thank you. Irina, would you please read the remainder of the meeting information and instructions?
The proposed building standards are required to comply with specific criteria listed in Health and Safety Code Section 18930, commonly known as the 9-point criteria. The committee members can find the 9-point criteria listed in the Code Advisory Committee CAC meeting procedures and references provided as part of the materials for the meeting. The members of the public can find the 9-point criteria posted on the HF CAC meeting webpage linked on the meeting agenda. Committee recommendations are restricted to approve, approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study. Propositions to approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study, the commenter must identify which one or more of the required 9-point criteria the proposed code change has failed to satisfy, and provide your rationale. Comments must be restricted to one or more of the required 9-point criteria. This meeting is being held remotely, consistent with Senate Bill 544, Chapter 216, Statutes of 2023, which remains effective until January 1st, 2026, and allows alternative requirements for state boards, committees, and commissions, state bodies, opting to conduct meetings and other proceedings by electronic means. In part, this statute allows a state body that's an advisory body to participate remotely as specified. As a reminder, CAC members participating remotely must always remain on camera. If at any time a member needs to turn their camera off for bandwidth or other issues, please notify the chair. Today's meeting can be viewed in the Zoom webinar and on CBSC YouTube channel, linked on the meeting agenda. I would like to remind the YouTube viewers there is an approximate 45-second delay. Real-time closed captioning is available via automated live transcriptions in both Zoom and YouTube. The public may provide comments on each agenda item by calling in on the Zoom teleconference number provided on the meeting agenda, or by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. Instructions are provided on CBSC webpage. If you have difficulty with technology, call the CBSC office at 916-263-0916. I will now read the public comment and Zoom instructions. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the committee chair to ask for any comments from the public. The chair will first go through the Zoom participants that have raised their hands. Then the committee chair will take comments from the public on the Zoom phone line. At this time, please take yourself off mute. You may choose to announce your name and who you are representing before making your comment. Please mute yourself when done commenting. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. Staff will summarize any written comments that were received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. The committee will then proceed to the next agenda item. If possible, please call from the landline using the telephone handset only. This enhances the committee's ability to hear your comments clearly. Calling from a speakerphone or a cell phone reduces the quality of the audio and makes it much harder for your comments to be heard clearly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can proceed to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Irina. The second agenda item is an overview, meeting schedule, and housekeeping. Staying on schedule is everyone's responsibility. Please honor time limits when they are identified. B, I will call for the state proposing agency to address the committee and explain the proposed building standard. Item C, the committee will discuss each agenda item, and I will call for public comments. Item D, please avoid duplicating comments in their entirety. Support or non-support may be expressed for specified comments. Item E, following all comments and discussion, I will call for a motion and second to recommend action on each agenda item related to proposed building standards. Item F, a roll call vote will be taken for each motion. Item G, please stay on the subject matter being discussed and avoid sidebar conversations. Extraneous discussions disrupt the flow of the meeting and can be hard for persons on the telephone to understand who is speaking and what is being discussed. Item H, please be respectful of others' time and opinion and avoid interruptions. Item I, we will take a lunch break around noontime and the committee will decide on a good stopping point as the committee progresses. Okay, next agenda item is item 3, comments from the public on issues not on this agenda. Comments regarding items not on this agenda may be briefly discussed, but no action may be taken by the committee. At this time, I would like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 3 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen to the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, please check the Zoom and then the phone for commenters.
I don't see any hands raised and there are no phone participants.
Thank you, Barbara. Irina, were there any written comments submitted to the committee prior to this meeting? And if so, would you please summarize them?
No comments were submitted.
Thank you. This concludes agenda item 3. And so if you haven't guessed, I'm reading from a script that we have, so it doesn't sound real natural. Agenda item 4, the CAC business. Agenda item 4 for the 2024-26 term. The committee will need to nominate a vice chair, and all CAC members must vote on the nomination. I'd like to nominate at this time Cheryl Dominich to be the vice chair. If anyone would like to speak to this, please raise your hand at this time to be recognized. So, Irina, do we need a second on this?
I second Dawn Anderson.
Thank you, Don. Are there any comments from the committee? Hearing none, I'd like to make sure there's no comments from anyone on the phone or on Zoom.
No.
Do we have, okay, just want to make sure. Can we go ahead and then take a roll call vote on this?
Belinda Yan,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal, I can't hear you.
You're muted.
I think you're muted, Sadir.
Still can't hear.
Yes.
Could you,
There we go.
thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Yes.
Gary Danger,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes,
carried, and the motion is carried, and the voice is unanimous. Thank you.
thank you, Irina. Next agenda item is item number 5. The Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24. OSHPD representative, please introduce yourself and present the proposed item number 5.
Good morning. Thank you, Health Facilities Committee members. This is Mia Marvelli. I'm the supervisor of the Building Standard Unit over here at HCI and OSHPD. I'm going to let the other representatives in the room here introduce themselves.
I'm Richard Tannehill, the Deputy Division Chief for OSHPD under HCI.
I'm Eric Jacobson. I'm supervisor of the Architectural Engineering Unit for one of the regions at OSHPD.
I'm Clara Wu, Compliance Officer with OSPA HCI.
Okay, very good. All right. To the chair, I'll go ahead and start reviewing the agenda item. Is that okay with you?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. So we're presenting agenda item 5, which is OSHPD's rulemaking number 0324. And this is to adopt and amend the 2025 edition of the California Administrative Code, which is Part 1 of Title 24. I just want to remind everybody that the Structural Design Lateral Forces Committee already reviewed and made recommendations on the CAM items 1 and 2, and that's why we won't be discussing those today in the AT or the ISOR. And that is also noted on the commission action table for this committee. So I'll give you a high-level overview, and then I will briefly go over any high-level changes in the code package. I wasn't going to go line by line because there are a lot of editorial amendments, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. So the Department of Healthcare Access and Information, which is HCI, I'll refer to that as throughout the morning. And we are the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development, known as OSHPD, and we propose to adopt and amend Chapter 7 of the 2025 edition of the California Administrative Code. And we're going to carry forward our existing amendments from the 2022 Administrative Code. A while ago, OSHPD was recast and transitioned to the Department of Healthcare Access and Information, which is why we go by HCI. That occurred in 2021. The divisions with the HCI were changed to offices, and OSHPD has retained its acronym OSHPD, and that will not change in the 2025 edition of Title 24. The banners will remain the same. So the amendments before you today were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Codes and Processes Committee on February 21st of this year. And they were also presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board full board meeting on April 20th of this year. So I'll start with item 3, which is on the CAM, is item 3. There's 3 sections that are being amended. They're mostly editorial. We're amending the Health and Safety Code section references. We're amending section 7-104, which is alternative method of compliance. and clarifying the language and correcting section references. I'm going to go on to CAM item 4. And then we're clarifying language. We're pointing the reader to other parts of Title 24 if they are not defined terms in this part. We're amending the definition for freestanding. We're clarifying that a building does not have to be adjacent to another building to be freestanding, and that the separation requirements apply to all adjacent buildings and not limited to hospital buildings only. We're amending the definition for office, which is correcting the agency name. And the term is used throughout Part 1, referring to OSHPD. That's been a longstanding definition. Moving on to item 5 in the CAM, we're amending section 7-113 and break out the electronic application requirements into a list rather than having a long paragraph. We're amending section 7-115A. We're adding an allowance that fire protection engineers may prepare construction documents and reports for fire protection systems. This change is based on a petition that was submitted to the Building Standards Commission and forwarded on to our office. Additionally, over the years, this question has been raised, and after researching with the Professional Engineers, researching the Professional Engineers Act, we believe that fire protection engineers are included in the definition of professional engineers, and so we're providing that allowance. The same section, 7-115B, there's several amendments in this entire section. HCI is proposing to amend the section to comply with statutory mandate, Health and Safety Code 129805. All plans and specifications shall be prepared under the responsible charge of an architect or a structural engineer or both. The structural engineer shall prepare the structural and shall sign the plans and specifications related to. Therefore, the requirement permitting architects to prepare structural construction documents is repealed and limited to anchorage and bracing of non-structural components. Sub-item D in that same section, it's amended to clarify that only OSHPD pre-approved details, which are called OPDs, and distribution system pre-approvals are required to be inserted in the construction documents. Not other pre-approvals such as OSHPD special seismic certification or pre-approved manufactured certification. And then lastly in that item is 7-117, we're correcting proper regulatory language use. And we're also clarifying that site data applies to geotechnical and geohazard reports. And I can pause there, or I can move on to items 6, 7, and 8.
Yeah. Question here for the committee. We could have Mia continue and keep going through all the items, or we could choose to stop here and then take these in little bite-sized pieces. Does anybody have a preference?
Continue.
Don Anderson?
I would prefer to take them item by item.
Okay, thank you. So why don't we stop there? We've taken 3 of the agenda items. CAM items 3, 4, and 5, right? So why don't we stop there and take committee questions. So let's go back to item 3. Does anybody from the committee have questions for OSHPD on item 3? Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Don Anderson.
Yes, I did have comments on items 1 and 2 through chair to staff. Can I send those comments to California Building Standards directly?
Oh, of course. So when you say items 1 and 2, those are the ones that we're not reviewing today, right? Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, please do. Have any further comments? Don? Do we have any other comments from the committee on item 3?
Yeah, this is Sudhir Agrawal on the HF committee. Can you keep me on mute so that I can put my votes and whatever, because I don't have means of going back and forth. So keep me unmuted at all times, please. Thank you.
So moving on to item 4, do we have any comments or questions from Oshpod on item 4? Don Anderson?
I was just going to make a motion to approve item 3 without.
We can't do that quite yet. We have to go
Okay.
through the process, comments, then the public comments, and then we'll come back to the vote in a little bit. Thank you. We're all anxious to get through this, I'm sure. So any comments from the committee? Any questions for Oshpod in particular on item 4 and while we're at it, item 5? Cheryl Domich. I think you're on mute, Cheryl.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, did you add on item 5 into your question?
I did.
Yes,
Please, go ahead.
I would like to discuss items 5-2 and 5-3. I would like to state that I am the licensed fire protection engineer representative on this committee. I would like to state that professionally and personally, I strongly support this change to include licensed fire protection engineers as being allowed to prepare construction documents. However, I have a question of HCI and Oshpod. I understand that you have stated that you have reviewed the Professional Engineers Act, and yes, fire protection engineers are licensed engineers in the state of California, but we also have the way that the Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors addresses professional engineers is in 2 different categories. One is a practice act and one is a title act. And the fire protection engineer licensing falls under the title act. And while I 100% agree with HCI and Oshpod that fire protection engineers should be allowed to prepare construction documents and reports under our license, I believe that the Board of Registration for Professional Engineers sees this differently. And so I need to ask if this was directly discussed with the board and if they have provided any direction to HCI on this issue, on this item.
Actually, we had sent questions to them and we received comments back. And I don't have that information in front of me. We were also going to send it through our legal office to double check with them. And so where we're at right now in the cycle is I want to take in this information, and at any time the office can withdraw this proposed code amendment in the, throughout the process. And so that's kind of why we're going through this step right now to hear this feedback as well. So I can continue those discussions with the board.
Thank you. Let me just reiterate that this has been a very controversial issue since before I became a licensed fire protection engineer in California, which was in 1989. So this quote unquote battle has been going on for a very long time. And again, I completely and totally support this change by HCI and Oshpod. Fire protection engineers are qualified, experienced, knowledgeable in fire protection systems exclusively, and the adding mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, civil engineers into our breadth of what we do sometimes makes projects more challenging than they should be. So I appreciate tremendously the effort that HCI Oshpod has taken in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Want to recognize Gary Dunger.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mia, and good morning, Oshpod folks. I'd like to second Cheryl's position that and support the inclusion of fire protection engineers in the design of fire protection systems. I've been an advocate of this for a long time as well. My question is, should 7115B2, which recognizes mechanical or electrical engineers to both design systems but be in responsible charge of the work, also include fire protection engineers within that section? I'm thinking that belongs there.
I'll respond.
Yep.
This is Richard Tannehill. Thank you, Gary. Part of the response we did get back from the licensing board limited our decision on allowing it there. And that's why it's more in alignment with the civil engineer. If it's a fire protection system itself, the project, they can be a responsible party. But that's why it's located as it is, because of their response. If that makes any sense.
Okay, can I follow up? By including them in 7115A, it obviously gives them the authority to prepare construction documents. But if the project is a standalone fire protection system upgrade or alteration, can they also be the standalone design professional of record and both prepare the documents and administer the work of construction?
From what I understand, that's not the way the response we got from the board was worded. So that's why we put it where it was.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying the question.
Don Anderson.
Yes, I had a question about scopes of work for new construction, alterations of construction. I appreciate the licensed engineers, and I believe the intent is good, and I support it. But I'm very concerned about disabled access and complying with accessibility requirements. As you know, in California, the only way for compliance is by getting a permit. And getting permits on small scopes of work, regardless of the engineer of record and the responsible party in charge, if these scopes of work trigger any type of path of travel or any type of accessibility scope, then as per the statement of reasons, what would fall into an architectural scope of work if it has to deal with accessibility? I've done a number of plan reviews over a number of years, and many of the design build or smaller scopes of work do not include required accessibility requirements, including structural. And so for that reason, I believe that I would probably not support this without continue evaluation on how accessibility features are captured in the scopes of work presented.
Thank you, Don. Cheryl?
Yes, I have two, I think, brief comments. The first one is on 7115A for item number 4. The word may is used and has been specific. This is an editorial comment and has been specifically changed in other sections to say something to the effect of shall be permitted. So if approved, if accepted, ultimately, by the Building Standards Commission, that language should be modified to shall be permitted in lieu of may. And then secondarily, may I move on? Is that Mia, is that okay? Can I move on to the next brief comment? Yeah.
I think we captured it.
Okay, thank you. And then I think this follows up from Gary's comments, but maybe I'm mistaken on 7115B. I'm wondering if there should be an item 4 that states the same language as 7115A, item 4. Am I mistaken?
If I could add to that, the same comment I was going to make. I'm wondering if under 7115A, there's items 1, 2, and 3, then the new item 4, I think that's misplaced and is supposed to be under B after the 3 items under B.
Yes, actually, I would support that modification, that should be under B.
Now, I want to defer to the folks at Oshpod. Is that what you intended?
So pretty hard to check that on the fly because we did this months ago. So if there's that, we can take that into consideration, and this could, you could recommend further study on this and we could relook at it.
Sure, of course. Dawn Anderson?
Yeah, just following up on my comment, specifically 7-11-15, item 2, it says for repair projects that do not reflect or affect architectural or structural conditions. So again, I'd like to hear Oshpod's reply, HCA's reply to accessibility portions of work that would be triggered by fire and life safety, civil and mechanical. And it seems like this language is vague and not understandable. So if there are or are not accessibility requirements, would that affect architectural scopes of work?
Can you clarify what item, please?
Well, as an example, it's 7-115. Item number 2, it is not, we're proposing fire protection engineers at that point. So my question would be, if we include fire protection engineers, what portion of that work would not affect architectural? It seems vague.
This doesn't change anything as far as requirements for accessibility. The accessibility requirements, first of all, aren't changing here. Secondly, we're just adding a fire protection engineer. And thirdly, is the requirements for accessibility still apply. There's no change in that. As they
Okay,
always.
so just to clarify, if a fire protection engineer or the other engineers submitted, who would be doing the examination for accessibility requirements? Would that be the fire protection engineer?
That would be, on our side, it's the architect.
If
We
Dawn,
would be verifying accessibility, but that doesn't affect the proposed change.
Dawn, if I could just clarify, and maybe this will be helpful, the general types of systems that are being referred to are fire sprinkler systems, fire alarm systems, the preparation of smoke control rational analyses, those types of elements. The only related issue is that on the fire alarm system components, it includes notification appliances, visible and audible notification appliances, and the strobe is for the hearing impaired, and those are dictated by codes and standards that the fire protection engineer or the electrical engineer or mechanical engineer or civil engineer just follows the codes and standards on those requirements. And so there's really no other aspect that relates to disabled access that would be under the scope, the purview of a fire protection engineer.
So what about communication?
So I think we are getting deep into an issue here. I'd like to add my 2 cents worth. So to respond to the concerns you're raising, Don, I think I understand what you're getting at. My perspective is the fire protection engineer would be fairly similar to the mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, in the sense that they aren't particularly specializing in accessibility either. And we have to trust they would bring in the expertise as needed on that item, the same that we would ask a mechanical engineer who is already doing the same kind of work, or an electrical engineer. So I would presume, and we have to trust, that they would be hiring the expertise to keep an eye on the accessibility piece of that.
And would that
Don, go ahead.
include path of travel? What the scope of work that would trigger a path of travel, which would go back into an architectural scope of work, such as a primary entrance or pathways on the exterior?
If the project triggered path of travel, I'm sure it would. Sure.
And do we feel that fire protection engineers have that expertise in identifying those
Well, I don't want to
elements?
get too deep into what ifs. The mechanical projects, plumbing projects, fire projects have a pretty broad exception to accessibility triggering path of travel to begin with. In the case where they do trigger path of travel for whatever reason, yeah, you do bring up a point. The engineer of record would be responsible for that, yes. So I want to leave, I know we've gotten deep into this, we want to leave a moment here for the public to weigh in on this. I don't know that we have folks on the line, but at this point, Barbara, can we check if any members of the public would like to comment on this item, items 3, 4, and 5?
Yes, first hand is going to be Sagiv.
Yes,
Go
can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, hello everybody. My name is Sagiv YC Shai, and I'm the Senior Fire Protection Engineer for San Francisco Fire Department. And I was also the president of the Society of Fire Protection Engineer chapter in Northern California, Nevada in 2008 to 2009. When we had the big, I can say, legal fight with the Board of Engineers about the Practice Act versus the Title Act. So I just wanted to support what Cheryl Dominic said before. Right now, in the state of California, fire protection engineers are considered as a Title Act and not Practice Act, which means we cannot be on responsible charge for preparing documents and drawings. So that's right now the legal, and we tried about 3 or 4 years with lawyers to change that and make the fire protection engineers Practice Act, especially for designing fire protection systems like sprinklers and fire alarms and things like that. But it didn't pass. So we got a lot of rejection from the other electrical engineer and mechanical engineer. They didn't want to allow that, and basically it failed. Fire protection engineers like myself can work for jurisdiction and review electrical engineers and mechanical engineer designs and issue comments, but we cannot do the designs ourselves. That's kind of a little bit what's the status. And also fire protection engineer can work as consultants today, like Cheryl and other in other areas, but we cannot do it. I strongly support, of course, if this could be changed, but I don't think that what you're doing here under this meeting, doing a specific thing for ASHPAD will change it, because this is a legal thing at the state level with the state of California. And I don't think that just having a fire protection engineer being responsible charge for project that belongs to ASHPAD will work. This has to be changed on the state level. And it has to be not only for ASHPAD. If fire protection engineers are qualified as Practice Act engineers, they can do it for anything in California and not only for ASHPAD. So I think this is where it stands. I don't think that you can just say that fire protection engineer can be in responsible charge for ASHPAD project. So this is what I would like to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Sigit. Do we have any other commenters on the phone?
So there are no other hands raised, and thought we had a phone participant, but it looks like we don't have any at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this point, I'd like to bring it back to the committee. We could entertain a motion to address either items 3, 4, and 5, or take them on separately one at a time.
Bill,
Cheryl, you have your hand up?
I'd like to make. Okay.
Cheryl's got her hand up. I'm sorry, Sudhir. Cheryl,
Okay.
go ahead. Cheryl, you're on mute.
Just a brief comment. The fire protection engineering community would appreciate support from HCI Oshpod State Fire Marshal's office and any further direction that we take with the Board of Registration for Professional Engineers. We know that both of these agencies are on board in supporting the fire protection engineering community. So that's just a little aside. On that note, I would like to make a motion, did you want to check to see if Sudhir had additional comments, or are we ready for a motion?
No, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that with the exception of items 5-2 and 5-3, we recommendation for approval of all of item 3, all of item 4, and items 5-1 and 5-4.
Okay.
I will second it, Bill, and if I may keep that amendment to item 5-2 to be sent back for further study.
Okay, I want to go back to Cheryl. Can we get clarity on what your motion is? Item 3 in its entirety, 4 in its entirety, and then which parts of 5?
5-1 and 5-4.
5-1 and 5-4. Okay, thank you. And Sudhir, do you second that motion?
Yes, I do second that motion.
Okay. So,
And
open to discussion on this motion.
And Mr. Chair, a bit of a point of order for written comments. There were no written comments submitted on these items. So thank you.
Thank you. Kind of skipped over that part. Thank you very much, Irina. Okay, so comments from the committee on the motion. Don Anderson, you have your hand up.
I would not support the motion, but I would support with a friendly amendment approving items 3 and 4.
I'm not sure I understand. Don, I'm not sure I understand.
So I would.
The friendly amendment would do what?
I'm a friendly amendment to hear item 5 separately. I will approve 3 and 4, but cannot approve as noted.
Okay, so Cheryl, would you like to accept the friendly amendment?
Sure, we can address item 5 completely separately. That's okay with me.
Okay, Sudhir, seconding?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, thank you. So then just dealing with items 3 and 4 in their entirety. Any other comments on this motion? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. Irina, would you call the roll?
Belinda Young?
Yes.
Don Anderson?
Yes.
Renee Amy?
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal?
Yes.
Michael Stone?
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes,
unanimous motion carried.
thank you. So now the floor is open for another motion.
I'd like to make a motion to consider item 5-1 for approval.
I second.
Any comments from the committee on this motion? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. Irina?
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes,
unanimous motion carried.
and we're back open for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 5-5.
Okay, second.
I second it.
Any comments from the committee?
Yes. I'm a little confused why we would completely not do this in order right now and consider 5, 2, 3, and 4 first. Yeah. Dawn, can you comment on why you are
Yes.
skipping?
Yes, because I'm going to be proposing or making comment to items 3, 4, and items 5-2, 3, and 4. So I'd like to get out the approved ones first, and then we can have discussion on the other ones.
Thank you for the explanation.
Okay, any further comments? Hearing none, let's go to a vote for item 5-5. Irina?
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Gary Dunger,
Sorry. Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes,
unanimous motion carried.
okay, so Kevin Day, you've got a comment?
Yeah, just a quick point of order. Just a reminder that all committee members should remain on camera. If there's like technical issues or something, they can just let the chair know. But everyone is supposed to stay on camera. Thank you.
Okay. So now the more difficult piece of this. Do we have a motion from the floor? Cheryl Domnich?
Yes, I would like to make a motion on items 5-2 and 5-3 for further study. I think the appropriate 9-point criteria is number 2, because this falls under, I believe, also the jurisdiction or the joint or the other agency that should be involved in this discussion is the Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors.
I
And
would
this-
second that motion.
So item 5-3 and 5-4. Okay.
No, 5-2 and 5-3.
I'm sorry.
I second.
Thank you. Okay, Cheryl, your hand is still up. Did you have a
Oh,
comment?
sorry.
in addition?
Nope, I'll put
Okay,
it
just
down.
want to make sure. So then
Thank
I've
you,
got a
Mr. Chair.
question. I've got a question for you, Cheryl. On the surface, it appears you've changed your mind. When you started, you were strongly in support, and now you're recommending non-approve or further study.
I am strongly in support, but I am attempting also to protect HCI and Oshpod from making a very controversial decision. So I strongly support this amendment. I cannot emphasize how strongly I support this amendment. But I also cannot lead the state in a direction that would cause them a legal controversy with another state agency.
Thank you. Other comments from the committee?
Belinda Young, I have a question about 5-3 because that one seems to just be editorial amendments and the contested items are just only in 5-2. Is that correct?
Actually, I would disagree with that because in my opinion, item 5-2, item 4 should be relocated to item 5-3.
Further comments?
When I read 5-3, it's solely in section C.
Who's speaking?
I take, yes. I apologize. I take that back. I need to amend my original motion. I totally apologize. That my further study motion is for item 5-2. Thank you.
Okay. So the second was Don.
Me, Sudhir.
Oh, okay. I did not remember that correctly then.
Yeah, I did the second and I seconded it. So we'll stay at 5-2 only.
Okay.
Thank you.
So 5-2 for further study.
Yes.
Further comments from our committee? So I'd like to ask Oshpod, any comments from Oshpod on this before we take a vote?
No, we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, unless there's any further comments, let's go to a vote. Irina?
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
A reluctant yes.
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
unanimous motion carried.
Thank you. Okay, that leaves us still, I believe, 2 line items in 5. So that would be 5-3 and 5-4. Do we have a motion to address those 2 items?
So Cheryl, I make a motion to approve items 5-3 and 5-4.
A second. Bill Zelmer, second. Comments from the committee? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. Irina?
Did we get a second, Bill?
Yeah, I seconded it myself.
Okay, thank you.
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
No.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
7 in favor, 1 object, motion is carried.
Thank you. And I believe that brings us back to Oshpod to discuss the next line item, starting at 6.
Okay. All right, I'll proceed with item 6.
If I
Yep,
could suggest, why don't we take these one at a time as we go?
Thank you.
Okay, So item 6
excuse me, this is Pam. Point of order, we need to do a roll call vote for all of item 5 and all the actions taken on item 5.
We're not done with the.
Oh, you're not done?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're not done
Sorry.
yet. Thanks,
Sorry.
Pam. No worries. No worries. We're still trying to get through the agenda item. All right, so this is item 6 on the CAM, which is section 7-152. This is item 6-1. Replace individuals with firms and include the IOR and contractor. This helps clarify that if an individual is hired by a firm and is replaced, this section is not triggered. So this is administrative changes. Item 6-2 amends section 7-153. We're repealing items 1 and 2 from the section B. These items are not non-material changes, and therefore they shouldn't be listed in the items. And HCI does not have authority for either of these items, so we're repealing them. That is the end of item 6.
Okay, comments from the committee. It looks like Dawn Anderson.
Yes, just a comment, editorial, please spell out IOR. The acronym is vague.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I have a comment for Ashpad on this one. So I'm a little conflicted. This would have the effect of requiring a firm name to be responsible for a project rather than a person's name, which seems to be in conflict with 7-113. So I'm trying to understand, how is that going to work? To my knowledge, everything else that we do identifies a particular person rather than the firm. So can you further explain that one? Maybe I'm not understanding. This is in 7-152.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, which you're saying the list in 7-113, item B specifically says the name of the architect or engineer who is in responsible charge of the work pursuant to blah. And then, I think
it has to do with an individual leaving the firm and a new individual coming on to the firm. How do you process it? In the application, and this is trying to capture
an
approach to dealing with a change in personnel, and happens to be the licensed professional is being now supplanted by another licensed professional. How does that supplantation actually work? And so I think that's what this is trying to approach.
Right. And the problem is, on our end, is architects move on. They work for a firm and they move on, but it's the firm that is in responsible charge. But
it doesn't go with the architect who left the firm.
Correct. Right. But there's another section that says the name of the architect in responsible charge. So should it say the firm in the other section?
And then
I don't want to create, I don't want to change code right here.
Yeah, this has to do with supplantation, so it's different thought.
Different thought. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I do want to recognize we've got 2 committee members that want to speak to this issue.
Sure.
Dawn Anderson.
Yeah, excellent observation. The word firms is very different from architect. And then just our discussion on item 5, we're talking about lots of different types of architects, engineers, and whatnot. So is it the architect of record, the architect responsible in charge, or is it the firm? Because if it's a firm that Ashpad is wanting to focus on, then we really need to change the discussion and language in the code So I would support Bill's suggestion that we're looking at individuals, architects, engineers, inspector of records, and then you've added contractor in here, that's fine. You know, so I would suggest that the title of the section be reiterated in the body of the text for clarity.
Thank you. Sudhir, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I think I would support the architect instead of the firm because people keep on moving at various places at any time. So firm doesn't make sense.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open it up to the public. Do we have any comments from the public at this time?
There are no hands raised and there are no phone participants.
Okay, thank you. So this is a relatively short item. So back to the committee, we could entertain a motion to address either 6-1 for individually or 6-1, 6-2, and 6-3 all combined.
I can move in motion for 6-1, 6-2, and 6-3. Amend the firm to architect and approve the motion.
This is Belinda Young. I have a comment on just saying architect. I think we should go back to individuals because we would be precluding engineer in that if we just say architect.
So okay. I'm sorry, let me go back to Sudhir. Yeah, we can't wordsmith on behalf of Oshkosh. We either approve, deny, or approved as amended if it's a minor grammar issue.
Approved as amended, that's what I was trying to propose.
So you would change the word firm with what?
Individual or architect, whatever works.
Individual. So does that align with Oshkod's intent?
No.
Okay, then Sudhir, I think your motion is not within the bounds of what we can do on our committee.
Okay, then I withdraw my motion.
Okay, Don Anderson.
I'll make a motion to send back item 6.6-1 for further study.
Second for the motion?
I'll second it.
Just a quick point of order, Mr. Chair. We just need a 9-point criteria for the further study on item 6-1.
Number 3.
Thank you.
Renee, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, sorry, technical issue. I'm having trouble bouncing back and forth on the internet to open up some of the documents in the box. I can download them, but from a speed and efficacy standpoint, I don't know why I'm having that problem, and it's some technical glitch. And if it's happening now, it's probably going to happen to others throughout the day. So just thought I'd let you know.
Thank you, Renee. So item 6-1, we have a motion on the table to
further study.
I'm sorry, to deny.
You send back for further study.
Further study, thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none. I think we can go to a vote. Irina?
Do we have a second on that?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Yeah.
Gary Dunger?
Yes.
Belinda Young?
Yes.
Don Anderson?
Yes.
Renee Amy?
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal?
Yes.
Michael Stone?
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich?
Yes.
Bill Zellner?
Yes.
Unanimous motion carried.
Thank you. Like to entertain a motion for the remainder of item 6.
This is Cheryl. I'll make a
Dawn?
motion. I'll make a motion to approve items 6-2 and 6-3.
Thank you,
Dawn
Cheryl.
Anderson, second.
Do we need further discussion? Anybody? Hearing none, let's go to a vote.
Gary
Irina?
Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Bill Zollner.
Yes.
Unanimous motion carried.
Thank you. Back to Oshbod for item 7.
Yeah, item 7-1 is an amendment to use correct regulatory language. Currently, the title in the section says, not the title, but the charging language in the section says testing and inspections requirements are found in, and we needed to say shall be in accordance with. And we fixed the title of the section. That's
If
item
I could
7.
just go ahead and go to item 8 too. It looks like it's pretty
Sure.
straightforward.
So item 8 is restructuring the sentence so that it lists the design professionals rather than puts them in a paragraph.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the committee on either items 7 or 8? Hearing none, do we have
Belinda
any?
Young, I just had a point of clarification. I
Okay.
just wanted to make sure it's okay to include plumbing since it wasn't specifically originally in the list.
Yeah, I think the list was lacking as well.
So for a point of clarification, I want to make sure we're all clear on this. Plumbing was not in the list earlier. It's being added now. And we have the authority to approve it in its new form.
And
Go
neither
ahead,
was
Don.
energy. So
Oh, thank you. Don, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise a motion.
Yes,
Motion,
absolutely.
a motion items.
I'm sorry, forgive me, I may have lost track myself. Have we heard from the public yet on these items? I don't know that we did that yet.
Not yet.
Could you hold on the motion for a moment, Don?
Sure.
Thank you. So I wanted to raise a question now myself. The item 7 on the list is fire and life safety. That was in the list before, right?
I'm sorry, Bill, I couldn't quite hear you. What, and I need to flip back to that page.
Yes.
What was it?
So in item 8, our
Yeah.
list 1 through 8 includes fire and life safety. I'm just reading through it myself.
Yes, fire
that-
life safety was in there,
yeah,
and
it
so
was-
was
okay.
accessibility. Yeah,
Given our earlier issue, I wanted to make sure we didn't run into a problem there.
sure.
Okay, so any other comments from the committee before we go to the public and the phones? Hearing none, do we have anybody on the phone?
So there's no hands raised and no phone participants.
Okay, thank you. So back to the committee, do we have a motion? Don,
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve items 7 and 8.
I second it.
thank you, Sadir. Sadir second. Any discussion from the committee? Hearing none, let's go to a vote.
Gary Dunger,
Sorry, yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Gerald Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
unanimous motion carried.
Thank you. Now, if I remember, then we need a motion to approve all the motions we've taken on items 3 through 8. Is that correct, Kevin?
Yep.
Okay. Could we get a motion to approve all of our motions on items 3 through 8?
I'll move that item 3 through 8, all of them as submitted earlier, be approved as submitted.
I second.
All in favor? Oh, wait, that's, sorry. I don't get to do that. Irina, can you take the roll?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Gerald Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
unanimous motion carried.
So that resolves all of our part 1. So you want to shift gears to part 2. I'm going to take a moment here and pull up my part 2 documents. And Oshpad,
To the chair real quick, Dawn has her
Yes.
hand raised, but to the chair real quick, is it possible to take like a 10-minute bio break before we start part 2?
absolutely, great idea. Let's take a 10-minute and come back at 10:26. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, Mia, we're about to start back up again. Just gonna make a suggestion.
Yes, please, go ahead.
In looking through items 1 and 2, at least on the surface, they appear to be non-controversial wordsmithing. Why don't we approach items 1 and 2 both, and then we'll go to the committee and group those two together, maybe.
Works for me. Thank you.
Okay, let's proceed.
There. Okay, so we're on agenda item 6, excuse me. Looking at my notes here. So this is OSHPD's rulemaking number OSHPD 0424. We are adopting and amending the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, which is part 2 of Title 24. Well, introduce myself, Mia Marvelli, Building Standards Unit Supervisor. I've got in the room with me Eric Jacobson and also Clara Wu. Richard Tannehill stepped out for a bit, but he might come back and rejoin us. Sorry about that. The buildings, California Department of Healthcare Access and Information, we're the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning. We're proposing to repeal the 2021 International Building Code and adopt the 2024 International Building Code. Carry forward existing amendments from the 2022 California Building Code, which is part 2 of Title 24. And then, as I said before, OSHPD was recast and transitioned to a department, which is HCI, in 2021. And the divisions within HCI were changed to offices. And so we were able to retain our OSHPD acronym, and that will not change in the Title 24 banners. So the amendments before you today were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Codes and Processes Committee in February of this year, and also to the Hospital Building Safety Full Board on April 20th. So I'll start with item 1 in the CAM, which amends Chapter 1, Scope and Administration. And the majority of these amendments are to change health in our name to hospital. There was, I'll also talk about item 1-3, where HCI proposes amendments to the application and enforcing agency, clarifying that chemical dependency recovery hospitals are not always within an acute care hospital or an acute care psych facility and enforced by the local building department. These facilities are currently in existence and built throughout California. An example of those would be the Betty Ford Clinic. They're not within OSHPD's jurisdiction. I would respectfully request a further study on all of item 1, and I ask this because during the Structural Design Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee, there was a recommendation of further study. It was a good catch by somebody to remove the reference to the as indicated in the adoption matrix table, because those are non-regulatory, and we're going to fix that to be as adopted by OSHPD. So that's just a cleanup item. And then we're also cleaning up our HCI name. Unfortunately, that occurs in several of the sections within item 1. So make it easy and just I request a further study on all of item 1. Do you want me to go on to item 2 as we discussed?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So item 2 is amendments to Chapter 1 Scope and Administration Division 2. We adopt specific sections out of Division 2. There's editorial amendments to our banners and renumbering due to model code changes and correcting pointers. In CAM item 2-5, which is section 108, we're clarifying that OSHPD will only grant one extension for temporary structures, equipment, and systems. And that concludes CAM item 2.
Thank you, Mia.
You bet.
Do we have any questions from the committee for OSHPD? Dawn Anderson.
Yeah, Maya, my only question on these two items was 2-5 and the grant one extension when the cause is demonstrated. That seems sort of vague. What would the extension be? Could there be clarification in wording saying an additional 180 days? An extension can be for 5 years potentially. And then is there a I know that there's requirements for an extension or delay in regulation, but how is the cause demonstrated? Those are my 2 comments.
Okay. Does the chair want me to respond to that?
Yes, I'm sorry, please.
Okay. All right, no problem. So to answer your first question, yeah, the extension would be grant one extension of 180 days. And then the other one is the cause is submitted to OSHPD for determination because we're the building official for these occupancies. And the cause could be, you know, the project, there's a variety of things that could occur. The project could be in motion and there were delays for whatever reason. And so OSHPD determines that's acceptable.
Understood. So would it be too much to put in shall only grant one extension of 180 days when and I don't know, I appreciate the fact that there's lots of causes for delay or extensions, but how is that administratively conducted? Is there a code that walks you through that when there's reapplication, when there's when justification is submitted to the office?
Well, I
application
apologize
process?
for interrupting. I think that's laid out in other sections of the administrative code. I don't have that right in front of me to be able to lay that out, but that's in other sections of the code.
Yeah, and it would be great to have that referred to in this section.
Okay.
So the addition of 180 days and then the code section that walks through the administration of the extension.
Thank you, Don. Renee, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, and this goes into the picayune category. And I assume this is because I have to flip back and forth, but this would be in section 1. And as an example, for clarity purposes, people often get confused about the difference between dashes and hyphens and dashes used as hyphens and what becomes a compound adjective when using a hyphen. So I'm looking specifically at, for example, 1.10.1, where enforcing agency, the new language is the California Energy Commission energy regulations. And that is apparently a compound adjective because it's got a hyphen. Further down, as is originally created, next 1.10.2, the original language still in place includes new language, then the division of the state architect with a dash used as a hyphen, access compliance. And then and then further down, we have 1.10.5, that same language, the division of the state architect with a dash used as a dash, access compliance. And I realize this is just straight up picayune on my part, but hey, why are we here? To clarify and make better. And it would be great. I mean, I look at myself and I think I got fresh eyes and I look, no, these are old and tired and bleary and everything. But, you know, we all know, right? You get into fisticuffs at the counter when people say, no, look what you did. And you said, but no, we meant. So it would be great to see all that cleaned up. throughout everything, right? If you mean to have a hyphen and a compound adjective or whatever, and I mean there are a lot of these used in different aspects of this and different usages. So I hate to say go back and do it all over again, but to some degree, yeah, it's a minor issue, but you add up 1,000 minor issues and suddenly you've got gibberish. And I think that's something we're all, and I'm not, really landing hard or anything like that. It just, when I started going through this, I thought, wait a minute, what am I seeing here? And what should I be seeing? So I don't know if that goes up to the level of further study, but maybe. And that's my rant for the morning.
Thank you, Renee. Your comments are appreciated by the chair. So question for the Building Standards Commission. If that kind of comment is taken back to OSHPD to take another look at, I'm not sure how to put that, it's not grammar, but the use of hyphens. I don't know that we need a motion for that kind of thing. Can we just leave it as?
Well, can I through the chair? So
Yes,
I
please.
just want to remind, we requested further study already for item 1, so we can take that as friendly
Got it. Well,
information to continue our further study.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Any other comments from the committee on items 1 or 2? Cheryl, I'm sorry, go ahead. Cheryl, I think you're on mute.
Just a brief comment on item 2-5, just to state that I support the language as proposed by OSHPD on granting 1 temporary extension as is.
Thank you, Cheryl. Any other comments from the committee? So let's go to the public. Cheryl, your hand is still up. Do we have any calls on the phone? Anybody, member of the public?
You had a committee member with a hand up. Did you want to take
I'm sorry.
that hand
I
first?
missed that. I'm not sure who was first. Renee, go ahead.
And this is just maybe a question for staff. There was a change, and I'm not a practitioner, so I have no idea. And I'm sorry I can't cite it exactly, but something, unless there's a 5% chance of something occurring. And I'm wondering, I don't go to Vegas. I don't like to gamble. So I don't know how odds are determined. But is that statutory language or general practice, best practices? Or can you cite the source for that 5% chance of, I think it's an invasive procedure occurring?
That's another item that we haven't got to yet.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Great. Thank you.
Go ahead, Don Anderson.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain a little bit more where my concerns were for the temporary comment. It is rooted in accessibility. There is no such thing as temporary inaccessibility. So in healthcare, there's a lot of temporary stuff going on in these facilities. We have to make sure that these are very well captured in specific timelines. And that was my concern about the temporary.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. Would OSHPD like to explain any further the 180 days and extension issue?
I'm sorry, Bill. What was did you have a question? Was that a question?
Well,
can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if my volume is quite up there. Would OSHPD like to address the 180 days and temporary extension issue?
Well, I think what we're trying to do is make clear that we only provide one extension, because what's happening is some of the design professionals or owners are continuing to do a small amount of work and not making a lot of progress on their project and asking for repeat extensions. And so this helps eliminate extensions on temporary work only. And, you know, just an example would be temporary tents. There can be exceptions made for that. There were, you know, exceptions made for that during COVID, where a temporary tent could be in place for longer, but that was also because an executive order was issued that helped with that. So what we're trying to do is eliminate that temporary work from occurring multiple times. And we'll just say extending a project using temporary work.
Thank you, Mia. That is kind of exactly what I was hoping you would get at.
Okay.
My personal experience with this had been largely related to COVID. A lot of temporary facilities were put in place during COVID, and then when it came time to take them all down, some facilities dragged their feet and asked for extensions, and then how long can that be dragged on? This addresses that issue.
This is Belinda Young. I have one comment on that. I just want to be careful about putting a specific period of time for just one and not the other, because in that paragraph, there's also talk about structures that are compliant with section 3103.6. Can't be there for more than a year unless an extension of time is granted. So what is that extension of time? Is that also 180 days?
Sorry, we were muted over here. I actually don't know that off the top of my head, Belinda. I'd have to check.
Okay. Yeah, so I just don't want to put a number in there unless it's applying to both.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the public. Do we have any comments from the public on the phones?
There's no hands raised and currently no phone participants.
Thank you. Then back to the committee. Do we have a motion to address items 1 and 2?
A point of order about written comments.
Oh, thank you. Do we have any written comments?
So we do not have any written comments for any items in the agenda, item 6. So that should cover the whole duration for part 2.
Thank you, Irina. I appreciate that. Okay, any motions from the floor?
Yeah, I move that item 1 and 2 be approved as submitted.
Do we have a second?
Can I ask through the chair? This is Mia Marvelli. The Oshpod had requested that item 1 be further studied.
I take it back. Sorry.
Thank you.
So item 2 we approved as submitted. Sorry.
This is Cheryl. I'm going to address item 1 and request that the item be moved for further study based on previous information that HCI Oshpod has received and Renee's comments, editorial comments to correct any grammatical issues. I'm going to cite the 9-point criteria, item 6, and this is for item 1 on the agenda only.
Second, Dawn Anderson.
Do we have any comments from the committee? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. Irina?
Gary Donger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Bill Zellmer,
Yes.
unanimous motion carried.
Cheryl, your hand is still up. or is that
Yes,
from before?
I'm going to
Okay.
make a motion on item number 2 to approve as submitted.
Thank you, Cheryl. Do we have a second?
Second.
I had a question about item 2 because of item 2-5. Is that still under discussion?
Yes, I've
Yes.
taken that into consideration in my motion.
I seconded.
Discussion by the committee? Cheryl, go ahead.
Nope, I'm going to lower my hand.
Oh, okay. Dawn, go ahead.
Yes, I'm going to disapprove the motion, or not carry it. We can separate 1 through 4 on item 2, and I would carry that.
Thank you. So can we go back to what is the issue on 2-5? It's
The staff's comments, and then for the year, conflict and other regulation, and then also my concerns on temporary structures altogether.
Okay. So 2-5 is 108.1.
Mr. Chair, there's a motion and a second on the table. I would like to suggest that we run the vote, and if we need to readdress it, then we can.
I agree. So are there any further comments from the committee? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. Irina?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
No.
Renee Amy,
My bad. My apologies. Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
7 in favor, 1 object, motion carried.
Thank you. Ashpad, you can proceed with item 3. I'm not sure how involved 3 is without taking a quick look. It looks like it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
3,
if
4, 5,
I may
6.
suggest
Yes,
something,
please.
so items 3 through 10 are merely adopting those chapters and carrying forward existing amendments. There aren't any amendments, so it isn't until we get to item 11 that we have amendments in chapter 10. So
Thank you.
there's a thought for the committee of taking action on items 3 through 10.
Thank you, Mia. I really appreciate that suggestion.
No worries.
So we've all had a chance to see this material previously. Does anybody have any questions for Ashpad on any of items 3 through 10? Hearing none. Any comments from the phone? Any public comments? Hearing none. Back to the committee. I'd like to entertain a motion on items 3 through 10.
I'll make a motion to approve items 3 through 10.
Second, Mike Stone.
Any further conversation? Hearing none. Irina, can we go to a vote on this?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
unanimous motion carried.
All right, here we go. On to item number 11.
Awesome. Okay, great. So in item 11, we have a couple of amendments to chapter 10, which is means of egress, and we're simply correcting pointers and code references and amending health to hospital. I could go on to item 12 and item 13, which are very basic.
Yes.
That's
Yes,
okay.
please do.
Okay. So item 12 is the non-adoption of chapter 11, which is the IBC's accessibility chapter. California does not adopt that chapter. Item 13 is our adoption of chapter 12, interior environments, and carrying forward our existing amendments. And I'll pause there because the next item gets into our amendments for section 1224 OSHPD 1.
Thank you, Mia.
Mhm.
So items 11, 12, and 13. Does the committee have any questions for OSHPD on those 3 items? Hearing none, do we have any questions from the public?
There's no hands raised and no phone participants.
Thank you. So I'd like to entertain a motion for items 11, 12, and 13.
I'll make a motion to approve items 11, 12, and 13.
Second, Sudhir.
Do we have any comments regarding this? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. Irina?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
unanimous motion carried.
Thank you. Okay, so on to item 14.
Great, thank you. So item 14 encompasses the amendments to section 1224. And I know you've all had a chance to review the material, so I was going to touch on only the amendments that are possibly substantive. I wasn't going to go through line by line, and then of course I can answer any questions that you have. Is that okay with the chair?
Yes, but I do want to say we may have questions that come up, so when it comes time to vote, we may break it down by number, by sub number. But yeah, please go ahead and explain the substantive changes.
Okay, great. All right. So the first change worth noting is CAM item number 14-2. This is modifying the definition of invasive procedure. This term is used in conjunction with table 1224.4.11.4a. And these were adopted in the 2022 California Building Code to assist the design professionals to determine the classification of imaging rooms or procedure rooms. And they're required, rooms required for procedures with varying risks, okay? So the defined term and table align with the glossary in the guidelines for design and construction of hospitals in the facility design. Sorry, I'm trying to read through highlights. I apologize. Published in the Facility Guidelines Institute, which is known as FGI. Those are kind of a model code, if you will, for health facilities. HCI and the California Department of Public Health work very closely on and try to align with this information. And we continue to receive questions about what types of invasive procedures are permitted in the various room types listed in the table. So the proposed amendments add clarification that is provided in the FGI explanatory note and assign a risk percentage rather than stating a measurable risk, which was also arbitrary. So that's the explanation for 4-2. I can pause there, or I can go on to 14-2, or I can go on to 14-3.
You know, it might be good to pause there. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yep,
Yeah.
understood. Yes, that
Um,
was a biggie.
Yeah, this is
And
complex.
Renee had a comment on this as well, so.
Yeah, so if we could stop there and open up to committee, does anyone have questions for Oshpod up to this point? So Renee, you had made a comment earlier about 5%.
Yeah, and if just as a follow-up thought here, staff is able to reference that by knowing that information, and I guess this gets again into the weeds, but percentages as currently listed in that document, as they may change. Is this a fixed or a static or plastic reference? I know that that's kind of a weird question, but hopefully you understand what I'm asking. As medical technology improves, does that 5% remain something that shifts since it's from an outside reference?
Right. Okay. So Oshpod, would you like to respond to that comment from Renee?
Sure, I'll weigh in on this.
Eric Jacobson.
Yeah, Eric Jacobson, Oshpod. I've been working with the FGI, the Health Facilities Design Guidelines, and where they have gone with it, and then where Oshpod is trying to go with it, and we have to work hand in hand with the CDPH, since we are looking at the building and the CDPH is looking at licensing what goes on inside the building. When it comes to procedures, they do vary. And so whether they have imaging involved or not, we have condensed it into the same table with relatively benign kinds of procedures going on where it is diagnostic in general. The kind of room that it occurs in is not of a concern. At the other end of the spectrum, you have open wounds and you have the possibility of acquiring infections because of the open wound in the middle of the surgery. The invasive procedure was intended to define that upper level, and so that there's a middle ground in between the two, which is where a lot of the discussion has occurred. What Oshpod has been doing has been saying, okay, give me a list of the procedures that you are doing, and we are going to share that with CDPH and move forward with then what kind of procedure room is appropriate for that particular kind of procedure. That leaves the design professionals and the facilities sort of at risk until that occurs, for them to move forward and have some idea of how they're going to design their facility. They wanted some sort of guidelines to work from so that they could work from it. The definition of invasive procedure, as Mia said, it came from FGI, and we adopted it as the way they worded it. And we're starting to get into, gosh, this isn't clear enough. And FGI is going through the same process now. Gosh, it is not clear enough. What is a recognized measurable risk? Where that came to is, well, I can measure a pretty small risk. It could be that 0.0038% of the time I can measure that. How they measure that is look at actually the case history. So you go look at what has happened in the last year, how many of these procedures did have to convert to an open procedure. That is a very hard number, and that is relatively easy to find. We did work closely with CDPH to define, okay, it's not anything above 0. It should be something where there is really a risk. the medical consultant to CDPH, these are licensed physicians, weighed in. They're the ones that look at the procedures that get submitted to them in defense of these things. And they are the ones who came up with the 5%. And so it's not OSHPD's percentage. It actually came from the medical community, and in particular, those that are advising California Department of Public Health. So I hope that responds to Renee's question.
And if I may, actually, I got to say it doesn't, and only because, again, I sit here not as an expert in medical procedures or as an expert in engineering, and I wasn't an English major, but I wear a lot of different hats, and when I see something like that, it would be really helpful, unless it's defined elsewhere explicitly, what the parameters of such probabilities are. You say, and I'm not trying to nail you or OSHPD for that matter, understanding that there are challenges with these sorts of definitions when used over multiple agencies. But you say those numbers are, and you provide that as an argument, which is certainly legitimate, that these numbers are well known and hard and fast. To me, let us say, as a member of the general public reading this, based where? At a given facility in the state of California, nationwide, globally, during what period of time? Again, having an anchor point reference in there as a definition helps to eliminate wiggle room and confusion and anger from the building facility, the building community. So that would be my concern. Not to, again, put it down on you folks, but it seems, I hate to use the term squishy, but it kind of does. And I appreciate the fact that others have, I appreciate it very much that agencies and others have pointed out that this is a challenging situation. And I don't have the answer right off the top of my head, but it does concern me. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Renee. So Mia, I would suggest maybe we take this one item first before we move on. So let me see if there's any further comments from the committee.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes. I am supporting Renee's concerns. I guess for me, it's that I'm looking at 2 lines above that on the amendment of item 2. On item 4, you're taking out the language recognized measurable risk, but in item 2, you're inserting results in high risk of infection. And it's somewhat conflicting because you want to take out measurable risk, but put in high risk. And again, I am not understanding what these terms mean. So I'm only commenting just to say that I'm supporting Renee, and the information or the way it's presented appears conflicting to me.
Thank you, Cheryl. So I will add my comment. I don't have a problem with it. It does match the FGI guidelines in the context that it's not a perfect world. This is a very, very difficult to have a sharp way to define when something is an invasive procedure and when it's not. And in practical terms, what actually happens in my experience is when there's any question at all, OSHPD will go to CDPH and get the CDPH opinion on the matter. So I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with this language. Further comments from the committee?
This is Belinda Young. I just had a question. Yes. I don't know if there is a list, if they have already in mind of what invasive procedures are, or is it like 100,000 procedures that they would have to include? Because if there's actually, a list, it would be helpful because then we know if it's this type, it's definitely considered invasive. And having a risk of probability of conversion. I'm sorry, Eric, what did you say?
100,000 and growing. I mean, they're coming up with new procedures daily.
Can I comment on?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's hard to quantify and make it specific enough.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I have,
go ahead, sorry.
yeah, my question for Ashpad through the chair. I totally applaud incorporating FGI into our code. I think it's overdue and I love it. Are we citing FGI's text? Because I know throughout your comments of reason, the 2018 and 2022, are we citing any of these documents in the reference standards? Are they considered a provision for the code?
No. No, they're cited as documents relied upon in our initial statement of reasons. California does not adopt FGI outright. We use their language. So it's not an adopted reference standard.
Okay, further.
FGI recognizes that.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Richard chimed in. He said FGI recognizes that. And can I go back to the list of procedures, if I may, just
yes, please, ma'am.
put a pin in that. So here's part of the problem that we have, we being, I would say, the industry in general, is the procedures are constantly changing because of wonderful technology and the ability to perform various procedures. And so that's constantly changing, and we love it. They don't follow a rulemaking process, right? So what we're trying to do is put that square peg into this round hole of rulemaking and create a rulemaking that is adaptive to those procedures. And as Eric pointed out, the tricky part is CDPH is actually licensing what procedures can be performed in those three types of, or several types of rooms, if you will. So we're doing our best effort to provide guidance to the design professional. But the reality is, and Eric mentioned this, the list of procedures goes to CDPH. It's called their functional program. It's a pretty lengthy document that they put together that explain this is exactly what we're going to do in this facility. And that's when CDPH approves, oh, yes, that can go in a class 2 or a class 1 or a class 3. So that's an ongoing dialogue at the beginning of a project. And in some cases, the design professional and the owner have to modify those rooms to a higher class based on the procedures they want to perform. So I hope that adds a little more context.
Something.
Yeah, Richard's here too.
This is Richard Tanny. I think I have that, and this might have been said earlier. I apologize if it has, but this language was specifically worked on with the physician consultants with CDPH. This is not something, we pulled just out of FBI, but we did review it with the medical consultants of CDPH.
And Eric mentioned that earlier.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
No, that's what I said. I apologize.
That's okay.
Came back in.
And I'd like to add my comment. So in trying to research this, you can go down quite a rabbit hole of what does aseptic mean? What does sterile mean? And on and on and on. And I'm comfortable with the fact that this is language out of FGI. And it's been not just run by CDPH. CDPH has been actively working with Ashpad to develop this language. So I don't want to cut off important discussion. Do we have any further comments from the committee? Cheryl.
Yeah, I actually am looking at our committee member list, and I'm going to put a couple of people on the spot because it's not my area of expertise. So I really would like to hear Belinda's view of this and Gary's view of this item. Thank you.
Well,
Hi,
good
this is
morning.
Belinda
I'll
Young.
start.
Go
Do you want to go
ahead, Gary.
first? You already jumped on it there. No, I'll go first. I was just gonna offer that this language has been carefully vetted and tried to be in alignment with the FGI guidelines. In fact, if you look at the definition in the in the definitions in the FGI guidelines, the language is almost word for word with the exception of the 5% recognition. The language in FGI guidelines says a recognized measurable risk. I like the fact that OSHPAD is removing that squishiness, if you will, and providing some form of measure in what a recognized measurable risk is. Pass to you, Belinda.
And of course, as an architect trying to read code, I'm always looking to remove the gray and try and get more black and white where possible. And this is one of those cases where we can't. But it's a good reminder. I think Eric mentioned it, that we do have backstops to make sure that everything is reviewed properly with the functional program. So when hospitals have to go forward with these projects, we do have to get approvals of what type of procedures are going to happen there, and CD pages by off too. So it's not only just using the code standard, but also further review about what is actually going to be built. And so with that, I'm also comfortable now with the code as it's written.
Thank you. Renee,
Thank you both.
And I apologize. Again, this isn't about trying to drive everything down into the ground, but again, to make it easier for everyone to understand the meaning and intent here. And because we're remote and because I can do things you can't see me doing, we have this wonderful tool called Google. And if you Google recognized medical risk, FGI does not come up first. There's lots of different ways to find recognized medical risk. If you Google recognized medical risk in quotes and then FGI comes up. And my concern here, again, not to go down too deeply into this rabbit hole, which we've already done, is there reference somewhere, and this is over to OSHPAD staff, somewhere that FGI is the reference source for this. If one goes to various and through various levels of all of this process, is there something that's going to lead me as a member of the public, not necessarily someone who's already in the loop, but as a member of the public to immediately understand that FGI is the source of this? And that's open to anybody on staff.
We're having a little debate on who wants to answer first.
Or not answer. Yeah.
Am I going down?
I can
Richard,
respond.
we'll queue up Richard.
Both Eric and I are on the FGI committee. We work with FGI to help write their regulations and their guidance. They have well recognized that a lot of states adopt the language only from FGI and not attribute it to them. That is actually part of their plan for the states, that their system is designed, you can pick and choose as a state which parts you want to adopt. And that's what California has done over the years. And FGI does recognize that. I don't know, Eric, if you want to add anything?
Yeah. In order to get licensed as a hospital, you need to meet the conditions of participation set up through CMS in order to get reimbursement, or they will not reimburse you. And they have certain requirements that must be met, and then they use ASHRAE 170 and they use NFPA 99 as the default. And what FGI has done is it's pulled all that together in the single national standard that, as Richard said, most of the states in the country use outright. We don't use it outright. However, we do rely on it as being a vetted source. And so they go through their rulemaking and they go through their outreach. And what we then rely on is if most of the country agrees with it, then by the 9-point criteria, if there is a national standard out there and we're not going to use it, actually it falls on us as to explain why we're not going to use the national standard. So we allow that as the national standard. We do point to it in the ISOR, so it is documented and the public does have access to that. I hope that helps.
Yeah, the last 5 words or so helped a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay, further discussion? All right, do we have any comments from the public?
There's no hands raised and no phone participants.
Okay, then let's go back to the committee and open it up for a motion. So this is just 4-14 dash
1 and 2.
1 and 2, thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve item 14-1 and 14-2.
I will second. Bill Zelmer. Discussion, any further discussion from the committee that we haven't already covered? All right, let's take it to a vote.
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes,
unanimous motion carried.
thank you. So Mia, back to you.
Okay.
Continue.
All right, I'm going to move on to 14-3, which has some significant amendments to it. This is table 1224.4.6.2. This is the station outlets for oxygen, vacuum, suction, and medical air systems. We are adding a column on the right for instrument air. You can see that underlined on the table. And then we're also adding 3 rows at the bottom of the table for central sterile. And the reason for this change is the code was silent on that. Let me go back to my ISOR here. I kind of went rogue. So generally, there is a sterile processing department that cleans and sanitizes instruments and tools used for medical procedures. And so an instrument air source provides the clean air source so that sterilized equipment does not become contaminated during the drying operations. HCI currently adopts the NFPA. I can say that if no one knows here what that means, but I think everybody knows. We adopt NFPA 99, and we also the Healthcare Facilities Code, which provides minimum requirements for instrument air sources. NFPA 99 does not provide requirements for where instrument air outlets are required. So the table includes the required medical gas, where instrument outlets are required, and then includes the requirements for, sorry, I'm reading it here, outlet and inlet locations based on the FGI guidelines. And prior instrument outlets were based on industry standards. So the 2018 FGI table included footnotes to instruct instrument air outlets to be provided based on the equipment used in the central sterile department, and the 2022 edition adds oops, I heard the recording stop. I want to pause for a minute.
Kevin or Irina, the recording stopped.
Sorry, that's me. It's Barbara. I got booted.
Oh.
I'm got some internet issues. I'm reconnecting.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay. You want me to hold off, Barbara?
Yeah, just so we can get it recorded. I'm sorry. If we can just take a minute.
So, hey, Kevin, or Irina, question. Do we have a stopping point in the afternoon where we have to stop by? Is it 4 o'clock? Is it 5?
We can stop at the point where the committee deems it suitable.
No, I mean at the end of the day, not at lunch.
Yeah. By 5, I guess, is the latest.
Okay.
Well, we have
hope
time
to finish well before that.
Mm-hmm. So looks like we have some technical difficulties. So maybe we should take again 10 minutes break, and then we'll hopefully be back.
Why don't we come back at 11:30?
Sounds good to me. Thank you.
11:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
getting some feedback in the room.
Sorry about the technical difficulties. I think that I am back online. So if we run into issues again, we'll just have Pam hit record instead of me. Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Barbara. That's Barbara, right?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. You said 11:30. It's not quite 11:30. We have everybody back. So let's reconvene. And if I recall, Mia, you were discussing the table and the footnotes.
Yes. Thank you. So CAM item 14-3, essentially HCI is proposing to add the instrument error column on the right and the footnotes, and this is to coordinate with the national guidelines. Can I go on to 14-6?
This is Belinda Young. I had a question regarding that table.
Sure.
In the footnote number 11, you mentioned that it's vacuum and or instrument air, but the table you have it in the medical air column. So I just wanted to make sure that you were indicating the correct
instrument air shall be provided.
air. Is it med air or is it vacuum?
It's in both, and I think there's a footnote which is hard to see under med air, the column med air. There's a footnote 11.
Right.
And there's also a footnote 11 in instrument air. It's really hard to read. I don't know if you can read that.
But your number 11 footnote indicates vacuum and instrument air instead of medical air.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Let me we can look at that during before we resubmit for 45-day. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out.
We have other comments from the committee on this item. First, Don Anderson.
Yeah, I had the same comment. And then also, is it and or in the same footnote 11, is it vacuum and instrument air, or is it vacuum or instrument air? Trying to eliminate confusion. Pick one word.
Okay, we'll take a look at it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks.
Renee?
Yes, thank you. And just to ask a stupid question, perhaps, I see the footnotes 8, 9, 10, 11, but 7 is referenced within the table. Were those just omitted for purposes of this committee? Or are there actually, is there a footnote 7 with information?
There is a footnote 7. We didn't reprint anything that wasn't really being changed. I think 8 is just shown for context, but
Okay,
there is a 7, yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other further questions? Hearing none, why don't we go to the phones? Are there any comments from the public or questions?
I don't see any hands raised and no phone participants.
Okay, thank you. So why don't we take this line item also and go ahead and come back to the committee and take a motion on this table. It's 14-3.
Make a motion for item 14-3 to return to staff for consideration for editorial purposes.
The motion would be further study or approve as amend?
Further study.
And is there a 9-point criteria?
Confusion, or is that clarity? Number 6.
Okay. And Sudhir was the second on that.
Yes.
Any further comments from the committee? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. Irina?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Gerald Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer.
Yes.
Unanimous motion carried.
Thank you. Okay, Mia, back to you on 14-4.
So I just kind of need to back up a little bit. So what I was doing is going over the items that had significant changes. So I didn't cover 14-4 or 14-5. And so I kind of want to make sure we don't get those lost in a vote in the future. So at the pleasure of the committee, I just kind of want to point that out.
Okay. So as you proceed, did you want to continue and kind of go through just the high points and then we can ask questions?
That would be helpful, and then we can pull out if there's a further study on certain items. You can pull those out, and then we can approve the rest. That works.
All right, that
Okay.
sounds fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I I think it might go a little quicker too. So I was going to go on to CAM item number 14-6. And this talks about patient storage. There's actually, this section is written in other parts of, and I'll go over those later when we get to them, other sections of 1225, 6, and 28, I believe. And what happened here is we received comments about what is the length of full length garments. And there really isn't a good, it's one of those vague things. So what we're doing is we took a look at Title 22 and we took a look at FGI. And what we really need to do is just make clear that there is patient storage that's clear and consistent with the other sections, and make sure that there's the key elements are included and they have their own storage for their personal belongings. And there really isn't a full garment length. So this would provide some flexibility in how you can design storage for patient garments. And there's similar amendments in other sections. I'll move on to 14-8. This is a new section for hazardous drug HD storage. We're proposing this section. The United States
Pharmacopoeia.
Thank you. Pharmacopoeia General Chapter 800 deals with this, and it requires hazardous drugs be stored in the hazardous buffer room, a hazardous segregated compounding area, or a dedicated storage room that is under negative pressure and externally ventilated at a 12 air exchange per hour. So the HD storage room has been defined in the California Mechanical Code, Table 4A, since the 2019 Mechanical Code. The proposed amendment is to align with the hazardous drug and handling healthcare settings, USP 800, it will not cause a financial burden to the facilities. The storage arrangement is currently required under Title 16, and Title 16 is the professional and vocational regulations with the Board of Pharmacy. So that's the reason for adding that section. I'll move on to 14-19, pediatric and adolescent unit. What we're doing here is clarifying that the pediatric patient area and adolescent patient areas are separate from each other and are separate from the adult nursing unit. The proposed amendment further clarifies that common areas may be shared and used by pediatric and adolescent patients at different times. And this aligns with the regulations in Title 22, which is enforced by the California Department of Public Health. We have another related item in 1228 to that section, which we'll get to later. So I'm going to move on to 14-21. So this section, HCI proposes to separate the general statements about psychiatric nursing units in a medical facility, which is OSPOD 1, versus the non-medical psychiatric hospital units, which are in OSPOD 5. 1224.31, that's this section, is specific to psychiatric units that provide medical care and are permitted to share some of the services in the hospital OSPOD 1 building. And section 1228 is specific to acute psychiatric hospitals or units that do not provide medical care. So we're creating pointers to each of the correct sections. Moving on to 14-22. This is activity spaces. We're proposing to specify for activity spaces provided in a psychiatric nursing unit. Currently, Title 24 is silent on the requirements. However, Title 22 requires activity spaces be provided. A pointer to section 1228 is added, and there is a new section 1224.31.1.9 that delineates the indoor activity rooms for the psychiatric unit. Oh, yes, for a psychiatric nursing unit, excuse me. New section 1224.31.1.9.2 clarifies that outdoor activity areas are dedicated for the psychiatric unit. That's kind of key. That shouldn't be shared with other activities. The amendments are necessary because HCI receives questions regarding these spaces, such as can a common courtyard be used for the psychiatric unit? Section 1228.13 contains the requirements for patient safety in the outdoor activity area. That's why we're pointing there. And furthermore, these proposed code changes align with Title 22, which is key. So that's CAM item 1422. If it's okay, I'll move on to 14-26. So skipping over a few. This is regarding the fast track area. We're clarifying that fast track area requirements in the emergency departments are to be consistent with the triage area requirements. The proposed code changes align with the fast track section again, and this is going back to the FGI guidelines. The proposed amendments provide clarity between fast track rooms and open bay designs. So rooms versus an open bay area. Additionally, the patient care areas are required to have an examination light, but not an examination light table. So we're removing the word table. This amendment will provide more flexibility options for the fast track treatment areas. Moving on to 14-27, rehabilitation center space. We're clarifying that access for outdoor patient rehabilitation services are required when a rehab center access to the outdoor rehabilitation services. Outpatient. I'm sorry, outpatient. I said outdoor because that's outpatient. Thank you, Richard. The proposed amendment also clarifies that physical therapy service space, occupational service, and speech pathology, are required services for a rehab center. And the space of these services shall meet the requirements indicated in the specific code sections. This amendment also aligns with Title 22. So this is another one where we would get questions and we needed to align with Title 22. And then I'll pause after 14-28 because that ends section 1224. So what we're doing is we're adding a section 1224.42, which is called Chemical Dependency Recovery Hospital. The reason for this change is last code cycle, the entire section 1229 was added to chapter 12. And this was pursuant to Assembly Bill 2096. The statute permits chemical dependency recovery hospital services to be provided in a freestanding facility within a hospital, freestanding facility within a hospital that only provides chemical recovery services or within a distinct part of a hospital. It also, also authorizes chemical dependency recovery services to be provided within a hospital that is being removed from general acute care. This new section is necessary. Chemical dependency recovery can be provided as a supplemental service to the OSHPD 1. So the reason for adding it to the end of 1224 is because these services can be provided as part of an OSHPD 1. So I'll pause there because that concludes the amendments in CAM 14.
Thank you, Mia. So we've got 28 sub-items under 14. I'd like to have us address them kind of one at a time. There's a lot of material there. I know I've got some questions on some specifics. So as we go through, if there are sections that have no controversy at all, we want to try to resolve those as quickly as we can and get to the ones that have more substance. So I want to go through one at a time. This nurse call, the item 14-4, kind of want to take a poll of the committee. Does anybody have concerns or questions for OSHPD regarding 14-4?
I do have comments, but my computer also just kind of kafutzed on me. Can we go to the next item? Is that possible?
We do have another question from Renee. I can do that and maybe your computer will cooperate in a moment.
And I'm sorry, Bill, I
Yeah.
have an omnibus, so maybe I'll put my hand down
Okay.
and wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, then the next item would be 14-5, which deals with the sound transmission issues.
This is just
I don't, yeah, that's as
correcting the
simple as it
reference
gets.
standard.
So I'd like to suggest we tackle those two together, 14-4 and 14-5. So Don, I don't know if your computer is back.
I'm almost there. I did
Okay.
have a comment on those. So the sound transmission I had no issue with and would propose that be approved through a motion.
Okay, I want to make sure we get public comment before we go to the motions. But I'm trying to determine whether we have things to talk about on these issues at all. So you have a question for Oshpod, but not quite yet?
Well,
Okay.
can I just chime in here? 14-4
Yes, please.
is we're adding, and there's a line item called emergency exam treatment, and we're adding to be clear that the triage room is an additional type of room. That's the amendment in that entire table.
Right, it seems very straightforward to me. So let me go to the
the
meantime on
table. Yeah,
public.
I do have a question on the table. It's
Okay.
it's unclear. Typically in tables in the CCNRs will have a clarification on what is being examined in the table. Areas of designation, station type, 1224, 1225. I'm assuming that's these sections of the code. If that can be clarified in the title, or I know that's not part of what you're doing, but it was unclear, and that was the only comment I had. So otherwise, on the amended items with there's no comment.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to the public. Do we have any questions or comments from the public on items 14-4 and 14-5?
There are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Thank you. So I'd like to entertain a motion from the committee. I'll make a motion that we approve items 14-4 and 14-5.
Second.
Second by Cheryl. Do we have any further comments from the committee? Hearing none. Can we go to a vote, Irina?
Gary Donger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Bill Zolmer.
Yes,
Unanimous motion carried.
thank you. So maybe we could similarly take 14-6 and 14-7 together. I have one comment. Do others have questions for Oshpod on either of those two? Looks like Don does. Go ahead, Don.
Oh, thank you, Bill. Patient storage. I've noticed that a lot of the amendments to section 12 are from FGI. So be careful. The word provide in 1224.14.1.8. Each patient room shall provide. Patient rooms don't provide. Perhaps you can use the word shall have a separate wardrobe, blah, blah, blah. So that was my comment for that section. And then for the next one, item 14-7, I had comment on the hyphenation of access circulation. And for clarity and for further references as we go through item 14, I would submit that rewording it for clarity, a minimum clear width of 6 feet of clear floor area outside the curtain wall shall be provided.
So I'd like to remind the committee, we cannot get into wordsmithing it for Oshpod. We approve, disapprove, approve as amended, and that is only to be for editorial, add a comment here kind of things. And I appreciate what you're getting at. We just can't go there. Renee. I think you're on mute.
Sorry, I was looking at another screen. To go to the, I guess it's number 5, the patient storage. And granted, the original language was not great. And I heard the argument about what is the size of a full-length garment. But as I read this in the proposal, what you gotta provide a thing to put stuff into. There's apparently from here and no reference else to another section as to what size that thing, that storage thing must be, a minimum size. And I know nobody likes patients because patients are demanding and all. I'm being humorous here and facetious. But a minimum size, I think, would make sense. And pardon me while I adjust my camera. From the standpoint of, is it bigger than a bread box or smaller? And is there a definition somewhere as to any and or all of these? And I'm thinking because we've been down this path before in prior sessions with similar issues of the exact meaning of certain terms and found out that they're really complicated sometimes. So I guess to throw it to staff, is there a minimum size designated somewhere where folks can reference that and go, oh, that's what you mean?
No, there is not. Neither FGI nor Title 22 define the size. And so we leave it up to the design professional and the owner on the size of the.
And so you've gone from something that has to be able to hold, not necessarily unfolded or anything like that, but a full-length garment to something else. Completely undefined. And I guess my question is, why would you remove an element of a definition just because it's a little vague and leave nothing in its stead? It seems like we're going backwards here.
Thank you, Renee. Cheryl.
Yes, I hear you, Bill, that we cannot wordsmith, but I just have to say the word provide, I'm supporting Dawn completely. The word provide is just not correct code language. So something else would be great in all those sections where that word is used.
Understood.
Right. Understood. Further comments from the committee? Hearing none, do we have any comments for the public on the phone?
There are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Okay, back to the committee. I'd like to entertain a motion on, what is it, 14-6 and 7.
I'd like to make a motion that items 14-6 and 14-7 be for further study.
We have a second?
I'll second that.
9-point criteria.
6.
6.
6.
So my comment is I don't I wouldn't recommend the committee get in the habit of sending things back for further study to look at one word. It's
Well,
a debate.
It's not just one word.
Okay, okay.
It's using dashes, it's saying access circulation, it's quoting it out of the FGI, which is not a provision. It would be good if we followed the code language that's been established. A minimum width of 6 feet of clear floor area. Is it floor area? Do you want access? Do you want circulation? What do you want outside this curtain? Be specific, be clear. Clear floor area seems to be a great option. Otherwise, a circulation could be just a bunch of chairs on rollers. You just push it out of the way. So what are we trying to do there? And there's lots of definitions in the California Building Code. Pick a word.
Okay, thank you, Don. Cheryl.
Yeah. I was going to support your comments, Bill. And would have suggested approve as amended with these comments as editorial. But if Dawn feels strongly that these are more than editorial, then I'm acknowledging that.
No, I'll take that friendly amendment to the motion and take it in for amendment. That's fine.
So could I ask, I want to be sure we're clear on what it is. Can you restate that? Approve as amended?
Yes. I will put forth a motion that 14-6 and 14-7 be approved as amended, with 14-6 being provide be amended to have, and for 14-7 access / circulation be revised to clear floor area.
Okay, is the second okay with that?
There's too many changes. I think that may require the further study.
Yeah, I think we're wordsmithing. I feel
Yeah.
like I'm approve as amended, but we should leave the language up to HCI and Oshpod to make that determination. That's my view. Otherwise, I would stick with further study. We should not be wordsmithing the answer, the solution.
Correct.
Okay.
I agree. So my original motion will stand. Approve this for further study. Approve. Motion for further study on items 4-6 and 4-7.
Okay, thank you. So I want to speak to the second part of that. As I read the 1224.16.2.1, the addition of the sentence, a minimum width, they've chosen a word, it's width, a minimum width of 6 feet of access circulation. I'm reluctant to say area because that's width and length, depending on how long this bay happens to be. It will change the area, so they can't say it has to be at least 20 square feet of area. It has to be a dimension, a single dimension, which they seem to be saying is 6 feet. I think that's pretty clear.
Then remove the access and circulation, perhaps.
A minimum width of 6 feet
Outside the curtain shall be
provided. And I don't disagree, but I don't want to get into wordsmithing. If what they're getting at isn't clear, then we have a point. I'm not sure it's not clear.
Bill, can we respond?
Can we respond, please?
Yeah, please.
The access and circulation are defined terms. It's also, this exact language is used throughout 1224. We're just matching it because it was missing in this location.
Thank you.
I think they can fix it within the 45 days period.
Linda Young, I think personally the language is okay as written for me.
Any further comments from the committee?
My motion stands. Is there a second?
Yeah,
Yes.
there was, yeah.
Okay, let's take a vote.
I would like to comment, please.
Yeah, Gary.
I think the language is clear and sufficient as worded. Changing the word provide implies that the storage needs to be located within the patient room and removes the ability to for owners to provide storage elsewhere in the close proximity to the room.
Let's take the vote on the motion.
Yeah, let's take a vote. Irina?
Gary Danger,
No.
Belinda Young,
No.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
No.
Cheryl Damnich,
No.
Bill Zellmer,
No.
3 in favor, 5 object, a motion does not carry.
Okay, entertain another motion.
Yes, this is Cheryl. I'm going to take 14-6 by itself, and I'm just going to make a motion for approve as amend for Oshpod to choose a word other than provide. That's more appropriate for code language.
So a question for the Building Standards Commission. Unless we choose a specific word now, can we do approve as amended?
Yes.
Sorry,
And then
Mr.
I'll
Chair.
probably-
Yeah, this is Kevin. Yeah, typically approve as amend would be like a specific, editorial word change or a code section change. If there's any, vague guidance or the committee's provided some suggested ideas, but, leaving it up to Oshpod, that would fall more comfortably under the realm of further study.
Okay, back to you, Cheryl. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I want to be clear on that.
But now I'm confused by what Kevin said. Am I okay with approve as amend, or?
No, not if you are giving Oshpod the right to choose the language. That's
I'll withdraw my motion.
So I'll make a motion. We approve 14-6.
Gary Dunger, a second.
Any further discussion? All right, let's take a vote. Irina?
Gary Danger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
No.
Renee Amy,
No.
Sadir Agrawal,
No.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
I'm gonna say yes with a comment that I find that poor language for the code, but the content I agree with, so yes.
Bill Zellmer,
Yes.
5 in favor, 3 object, motion carried.
Thank you. All right, 14-7 is still.
I'm sorry,
not
this
dealt
is
with yet.
Mia. Can I ask a question, please?
Of
There
course.
was a lot of back and forth, and I'm not clear on what the motion was for that item 14-6.
That's just a straight approval.
Thank you.
Okay, 14-7.
This is Cheryl, motion to approve.
Second.
Any further comments that need to be made? And I don't want to cut off meaningful discussion, so while I'm in a hurry, I don't want to go there. So is there any further discussion? All right, hearing none. Irina, could we have a vote?
Gary Danger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
No.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
7 in favor, 1 object, carried.
All right, it's a little bit after 12 o'clock now. We could break for lunch now, and I'm suggesting just a half-hour lunch. How would the committee feel about that? Or do you want to push on? Do we have any people that have to leave? Any folks at Oshpod? I'm sorry, go ahead, Renee.
I'm sorry, we're fine. We can do whatever the pleasure of the committee is.
Perhaps, Bill, if we went through 14 and then took a break.
I like that. Okay, let's push on through 14.
Sounds good.
All right, 14-8. So Oshpod has already explained all of the relevant changes, so I need to refresh my memory on what we're dealing. This is pharmacy hazardous drug. That's probably, there's quite a few items that are all specific to 14-19. Let's take the first one. It looks like one big paragraph there. 14-8. Cheryl?
Yeah, I have a point of order. Did we
Yes.
ask for public input on the last items? On the last?
I don't know.
Okay, I guess my comment is a suggestion to reminder to ask for point of order. And then I have a question on item 14-8. We're adding a definition for hazardous drug storage, but is hazardous drug defined? Does it need to be defined? And that's my question. Just the hazardous drug part, not the storage part.
Yeah, USP defines hazardous drug.
Well, how does a code user know that? Will the code user know? It's not, I'm asking this because I wouldn't know. I can guess what it means, radioactive drugs, other drugs like that, but I don't know. Well, so will the code user who's using this section know? Is it that commonplace?
Yeah, we can answer that question.
Yeah, USP defines all different types of drugs. You have hazardous drugs, you have sterile, you have non-sterile. That's all defined in the USP. And we do reference back to that in our guide, but it is common knowledge of what's hazardous. It's basically like a carcinogen type drug. So all drugs are, we look at it as regular people as all drugs are dangerous, but a hazardous drug has a specific meaning. It's to protect the staff working on it.
So on Cheryl, to follow up on her comment, would a plan reviewer know?
Yes.
Okay, so they would
No,
be
but-
able to distinguish the difference between the two areas because they have a list of drugs that will be used in those areas.
Yes, that's included in the functional program. It also goes to CDPH for their concurrence.
Thank you.
So Don, you've got your hand up. Did you have an
Yeah.
additional comment?
I also, just grammatically, I guess I need to say an HD little s. Is that a plural use of a shorthand that we're using out of a text or something? If we're going to pluralize HDs, then I would prefer to spell it out or use a different word. HD little s is not appropriate code language in my mind.
She just said.
So, break my own rules. I have a comment. And it's just a comment. It's the last sentence. HDs shall be stored on the floor, so on and so forth. That's really not directing architects and contractors how to build the building. That's directing how the building will be operated. I realize this comes from FGI. This comes from USP.
It comes from USP.
USP, and it tells us how we would operate our facilities. If I were writing it, I would have probably left that sentence off. But I don't know that it does a bunch of harm having it in there. It won't tell the contractor how to build the building. Yeah. Okay.
This is what's happening.
So further comments from the committee?
I leave it alone.
Anybody else? Further comments? Why don't we go to the public? Cheryl? Do we have anybody on the phone?
There are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion from the floor.
I move that 14-8 be approved as submitted.
I'll second. Further discussion? All right, let's go to a vote. Irina?
Gary Danger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
No.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
7 in favor, 1 object, motion is carried.
Thank you. So can we group some of the remaining, the pharmaceutical, hazardous drug related items?
I can throw an amendment out to approve the ones that I have no comment on, if the group is open to that, at least a couple of them.
Sure.
Okay. I propose approval of 14-10, 14-11, 14-13, and 14-15.
I'm going to try to keep track of that. Would you say those again, please, Don?
Sure. 14-10, 14-11, 14-13, and 14-15 for approval as
So
submitted.
that's 4 subpoints, right? 10, 11, 13, 15.
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Kevin Day, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just a quick point of order. So it sounds like we're discussing 1410, 1411, 1413, and 1415. Want to make sure we go to the public before, the motion can be recognized, but just give the public an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And Renee, I did see your hand there. Go ahead. Kevin, your hand is still up. Renee.
Yeah, thank you. So 1413, anything that can go wrong, and I'm not sure what this looked like to begin with, but oh, you know what? Yeah, actually, so there is here a line through a capital B, and then go into a lowercase b. And I am very confused why that would be the case when everywhere else, when hazardous buffer room is described, it's capital H, capital B, lowercase r. And here we had that apparently, maybe we added hazardous, but we took away the capital B. And again, from a clarity standpoint, again, relatively picayune, but this is the stuff that drives people crazy. So, and I'm not sure, this is obviously a point number 6 on the matrix. And maybe this is just an instant agree to amend. But I can't vote for it in good faith, taking what should be, right, a capital B.
So question for you, Amy. So I'm sorry, Renee. I'm not seeing the capitalized B buffer anywhere on the screen here.
So that's at 1224.19.3.3.2, and that is per the matrix on 1413, where you can also, in the table there, the cheat sheet, so to speak, you can see it there, where it's
what I'm asking is, it's inconsistent with something else. Where is the something else?
So if you go into the into one of the newly proposed sections, 1224.19.2.3.7, second to last line, there is hazardous capital H, capital B for buffer room, which makes sense. And in fact, ideally, since it's a compound adjective of the word room, describing that room and comes before it, that should be technically hyphen. But it's just the in the instant case for 1413, where we've got the lowercase b as the new and improved.
Thank you. I didn't want to challenge you. I just wanted to understand it. Okay, further comments? Hearing none, do we have any comments from the public?
There are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Okay, then back to the committee. I'm not sure that was the right process. We've already got a motion on the floor. So to me, this is a classic approve as amended for the B. That's, we can define exactly what we would be approving.
May I,
but that's,
this is Mia, may I chime in here?
Please do.
So Oshpod is happy to go look at that title. We're talking about the title here of a section is all we're changing. And we're happy to go look at the other titles that are already listed in the code. I don't have that in front of me right now. So again, I don't want to fix it on the floor. We're happy to look at it and make that change. And the state agency can continue to make changes after the code advisory committee if we find something like that. So if you were to vote approve, we can still look at that change and make a change.
Thank you. Cheryl, your hand is up. Cheryl?
Yes, I think this is a point of order. I think Dawn's amendment is 1410, 1411, or Dawn's motion is 1410, 1411, 1414, and 1415.
1413 and 1415.
13 and 14? 13 through 15? Okay, thank you.
11, 13, 15.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
No problem.
All right. Any further comments? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. Irina?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Bill Zolmer.
Yes.
Unanimous motion carried.
Okay. So I want to reach back out to Kevin. We've already had committee discussion. We've already had opportunity for the public to comment on any of the 28 points under 14. I'd like to accept motions from the floor to approve or deny sections of 14. Can we just do that without each time asking for public input?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and we're also monitoring to look for hands raised on the participant side. So if a hand does get raised for someone that may have missed an opportunity, we'll chime in.
Okay, sounds good. Dawn, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I'd like to have discussion on 14-9.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
My only was that there's more clarification and the title pass-through doors. Pass-throughs is plural. It's confusing since there's pass-through refrigerators and lots of other pass-throughs. Pass-through doors is what I think the intent of the code section is. That's all.
Would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, pass-through refers to equipment. So again, since it's plural, we could remove that, but pass-through could be a refrigerator or other types of equipment.
It's not meant to be a door or vestibule for people.
I'm sorry, Richard, it was hard to hear you there. I think I heard what you said, but could you repeat that?
Yeah, this is Richard Tannehill. In this case, pass-through is equipment, as Mia stated, is not to be used. It's not to refer to doors like a vestibule for people to enter and exit.
Thank you.
So okay,
Dawn,
so this would
go ahead.
This would also then pertain to refrigerators?
Yes.
Further comments or questions from the committee? We don't have a motion on the floor at this time.
This is Cheryl. I'm making a motion to approve item 14-9.
I'll second it. Do we have any further comments? All right, let's go to a vote. Irina?
Gary Danger,
Yes.
Belinda Yan,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
No.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zellmer,
Yes.
6 in favor, 2 object, motion carried.
Okay. Motions from the floor. I'm sorry, Dawn, I was looking at the other screen. Go ahead, Dawn Anderson.
I just have a comment on some other sections. But someone else can go. I'm trying to find my comments right here, so I'll lower my hand. Sorry.
We still have 14-12 and 14-14 to go through.
That is correct. In the interest of moving this along, I'd like to make a motion on 14-12 and 14-14 to approve.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. Can we go to a vote?
Gary Danger?
I'm sorry. I'm
Gary
sorry, Dawn,
Danger?
did you have something?
Yes, I just had a comment on the pass-throughs. That would be 14.9. Actually, I'm both
Correct. go ahead. You understand we've already dealt with that issue. But nonetheless,
word,
go right ahead.
Yeah, the word if in both of these languages is kind of odd in code, but usually we say when provided. And then the last sentence on the pass-throughs 2012, 24, 19, 3, 3, 2, 8. A refrigerator pass-through must not be used. I think we have been replacing must with shall and may with shall. It's just editorial. Those are my comments.
So that last comment was regarding 14-14. Is that correct?
No.
14-9 is the pass-throughs. If a pass-through is used between a buffer and anteroom, that's 12, 24, 19, 3, 3, 2, 8.
3, 2, 8.
Oh yes, that's 14-14. Sorry, I'm getting all my pass-throughs. They're passing through me.
Okay. Clever. So we have a motion on the floor to approve 12 and 14. We have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, call the vote. Irina?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
No.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
7 in favor, 1 object, motion is carried.
Okay, so that gets us past the pharmacy drug issues. So we have dealt with all the issues through 14-15. It would be nice if we could group some more of these together.
I have comment on 14-16, 17,
Don.
and 18. Okay. On pot washing facilities, 14-16, pot washing shall include 3 compartment sinks. This is editorial comments. Pot washing sinks shall include 3 compartments. I don't know what pot washing is. Okay, so that's just my comment there. The housekeeping room, which is note 5 under 1224.29.1.15, which is item 14-17, reads provide or immediately adjacent. The word adjacent has been changed to accessible. May I suggest readily accessible instead of immediately accessible? Readily accessible is defined in the code to mean what you're trying to say there. That is the same for lactation, 14-8, using immediately accessible, readily accessible.
Thank you, Don. Ashpad, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, if you could just give me 1 minute to flip to the ISOR for item 14-17 and 14-18. I think we clarify in our ISOR the reason we're using the term immediately accessible. So in 1224, OSHPD actually has definitions for, I'll call them near far. And there's, let's replace term really within the, I'm reading my ISOR real quick here. So we adopt location terminology in section 1224 that includes adjacent, directly accessible, immediately accessible, in, and readily accessible. And so we made the determination that the appropriate term is immediately accessible.
Which is code defined.
As defined.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Renee.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to follow up on Dawn's comment, if I can get my browser here. There we go. On 1416 and the issue of pot washing. That's caught my eye as well. Not what Dawn was suggesting, where it starts off the category is described as pot washing facilities. Strikes me that the details, as they say, might want to say or read pot washing facilities shall include 3 compartment sinks. And I'm curious, as an aside, if these are then intended to follow along with the wash, rinse, sanitize mantra, or if there was other rationale for requiring that. And again, Oshpod staff are the folks who can answer that. But I think, again, adding the word facilities after washing would clarify and be more akin to languages found in code.
So I want to remind the committee again, our authority is strictly to respond to what the changes proposed are. We don't have the authority to say this other sentence that precedes it, we'd like you to change that sentence wording. In this case, the title of that element is pot washing facilities. It's in bold, and then after that it says pot washing shall include. The part that we have authority to recommend or not recommend is just the part that says multi, which is crossed out, and then 3, and that's the beginning and end of our authority. We have been doing quite a bit of commentary on the way we'd like to see them write things, but we have to throttle it back a little. Don Anderson. Don Anderson, your hand is up. Did you want to make a comment?
I'm sorry. Yeah, no comment.
Oh,
sorry about
okay.
that.
So we don't have a motion on the floor at this time, right?
Are we just looking at 14-16?
No. I'd like to suggest that we group some things together, if we can, if it makes sense.
I'll make a motion to approve 14-20 and 14-21.
We were discussing 15, 16, and 17 and 18. So you're going further out.
Do we have a second on the motion?
What motion do we have, Mr. Chair?
Don had made a motion to approve 16 and 17.
I didn't hear that.
14-20 and 14-21.
2021, I'm sorry. Thank you. So that's into the psychiatric unit. Do we have a second on the motion?
Point of order, if I may.
Yes.
We've had discussion on 14-16, 17, and 18. And so if there's a motion, it should probably be on those items first before we jump to 20.
Yeah, I think we had the discussion on 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Agreed.
Okay, I'll make a motion on 14-16 for further review. On point number 6, item number 6, 9-point criteria.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Do we have any further discussion? Hearing done. Go to a vote.
Gary Danger,
No.
Belinda Young,
No.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Rene Amy,
Yes.
Nadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
No.
Cheryl Damnich,
No.
Bill Zelmer,
No.
3 in favor, 5 object, motion not carried.
This is
Okay,
Cheryl
Gary, you-
Domnich. I'm going to
Yes.
make a motion to approve items 14-16 through 14-18.
Okay, do we have a second?
Gary Dunger, I'd like the second, please.
Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think we
Yes.
just defeated 14-16, and we are bringing back the same motion which was defeated with the entire committee. So it should be taken separately.
I'm not sure I understand. We have a motion to approve 16, 17, and 18.
The previous discussion earlier to this was 14-16 that was defeated. So let's take 16 as separate and let's
Well,
go
we
with
don't have to. We have a motion on the floor to approve 16, 17, and 18. It's been seconded. Do we have any other further comments? Hearing none, let's go to a vote.
Gary
Irina?
Denger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
No.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
7 in favor, 1 object, motion carried.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us down to 14-19 pediatrics.
Mr. Chair, 14-15 has not been discussed yet.
14-19. That's correct.
15.
Well, they were all,
Yeah.
Oshpod presented all of 14. We had
It was.
comment opportunity for all of us on all of it. The public had an opportunity to comment on all of this. Now we're taking piece by piece to approve or not approve sections of it.
Are you alive?
Kevin, you had your hand up a moment ago.
Yeah, I think Sudhir was trying to say item 14-15, 1-5 has not been dispensed with yet. I think he's right because we jumped to 16, 17, 18, but I don't have a record of 14-15. I don't know if any other staff got that. I don't have that here. Just want to make sure.
It was approved in the motion with 14-10, 14-11, 14-13, and 14-15.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
4 of those were approved.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Well, it's hard to keep track of all of this while we talk, while we look at our code sections. Okay, Don, your hand is up.
Yeah, I had comment on 14-19.
Okay, go ahead.
Point of clarity, this is reading strangely. Pediatric patient area and adolescent patient shall be separate from each other and shall have separate from adult nursing units. Understood. Okay, common areas including exam and treatment areas, serving patient rooms shall be shared. So first of all, I'm not quite sure if the adult nursing also has access to the common areas. It's not clear. And the pediatric and adolescent unit, are we really talking about pediatric, adolescent, and adult units? I'm confused. Because I think there is a significant issue with having adult nursing units coalescing in these areas. So I just wanted to make sure I understood what the code is saying about the adult, specifically the adult nursing units, and where and when and how.
Oshpod, would you like to respond to the question?
Can you give us just a second real quick?
Of course.
Yeah, okay, so we were reading the second sentence, which stands on its own. So it's common areas including exam and treatment room, service areas and playrooms may be shared and used by pediatric and adolescent patients at different times. Adult psychiatric areas are addressed in a separate section of the code, and they would have their own requirements.
Yeah, this is Richard Tannehill. Sorry. The sentence before the pediatric and patient areas excludes the adult component from being shared, period. When the sentence starting with common areas starts a new thought, which is only pediatric and adolescent areas that can be shared. Adult is not even considered in that sentence.
This is Belinda Young. Just as a point of clarity, I think because the heading of this section is titled Pediatric and Adolescent Unit, I think we're only talking about that part. And then we just kind of said that it's already separate from each other and separate from adult nursing. But the common areas would pertain to only pediatric and adolescent units, since it's under that heading.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And I mean, we're talking about pediatric nursing units, which I would assume would be pediatric and adolescent, but I'm not sure. So it's somewhat, I think you're saying a lot in one paragraph here.
I think I can clarify that a little bit. Is actually there are age ranges within the certain service areas that's not defined in our code. That's part of CDPH's responsibility. And there are different ages for pediatrics versus adolescents. So what we're trying to clarify is these areas need to be separate, but some of the things can be shared.
At different times.
At different times.
Understood. Yeah. I mean, okay. I just wanted to make sure that you're not, it's not clear since you've mentioned the adult nursing areas. Or yeah, adult nursing areas. So I guess I was thinking that the adult nursing areas could also be combined.
We have a response here.
This is the exact same language that's currently used in 1228.30. We just moved it to 1224, which is the hospital psychiatric units.
Okay.
We're not changing any of the language. It's just copied over because it wasn't in there previously to separate them.
Yeah, I'm just nervous about adults and children commingling, so that's why.
It's not allowed. It's not allowed.
Yeah.
Thank you. Period.
Okay. Cheryl, you have your hand up.
Yes, I thought that would answer my question. I'm looking at the language and I don't see specifically, I'm looking actually at the 2022 California Building Code, and I don't see how pediatric and adolescent unit, I don't see anything here that puts it in the category of a psychiatric unit. So maybe I'm missing something. But when I read this language, it was not clear to me that it was psychiatric. And now I'm looking at the language that's in the current code and I'm still not seeing it. So there must be something here that I'm missing.
Well, I think our conversation may have crossed two different code sections. There are changes to 1224.30 that's proposed, and which is pediatrics and adolescents, and there are code changes proposed for the next code section, which is psychiatric. So I guess we need to be clear which one we're talking about right now. I thought we were in 1224.30, which is not psych.
Which is not psych. Which is not psych.
Yeah,
no, that's not psych.
This section we're discussing is not psych, but these same rules apply.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it's not psych because thank you.
My mistake, Cheryl. Sorry about that.
So personally, I think this section is pretty clear. The pediatric patient area and the adolescent patient area shall be separate from each other, and they shall be separate from adult nursing units. That seems really clear to me. Common areas, including exam and treatment room, service areas, and playrooms may be shared and used by pediatric and adolescent patients at different times. I'm not getting anything that's confusing to me. Amy, you've got your, sorry, Renee, you've got your.
Yeah, and I apologize. I know wordsmithing is not what we're supposed to do, but I would agree with Dawn that this could be much more clearly stated. Folks with different sets of eyes will read this differently. I could see, and again, I'm kind of wasting time, but playrooms may be shared, comma, and used by, comma, either pediatric or adolescent patients at different times. To me, that would clarify it. I understand the intent, and I know the intent is there and firmly in place, but fresh eyes reading this could find it confusing. And I know the intent, so I apologize for hammering this horse more and more.
Okay, Cheryl.
May I make a motion, Mr. Chair? Or do we need to?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember whether we don't have a motion on the floor right now, right?
I do not believe so.
Please do.
I would like to make a motion to approve item 14-19.
Second, Mike Stone.
Further discussion? Let's call the vote. Irina?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer.
Yes.
Unanimous motion carried.
So help me unscramble this. I've got a mark by the 14-20 and 21 psychiatric units. Did we take a motion on that? I don't think we did. Cheryl, you've got your hand up.
Sorry.
It got
Okay.
carried
Understood.
away. So I'm more than happy to make that motion again on items 14, 20, and 21 to approve as submitted.
Oh, that's right. Yes, now please do.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. Irina?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer.
Yes.
Unanimous motion carried.
All right, we're getting into the home stretch. 14-22 and others. So that's in the psych section. So I'll make a motion, we approve 14-22 and 14-23 and 14-24.
Second, Dawn Anderson.
Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. Irina?
Oh, sorry. Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Domnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer.
Yes.
Unanimous motion carried.
Okay, thank you, Irina. Down to 14-25, the behavioral health observation section.
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted 14-25, 26, 27, 28.
I will second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. Irina?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Rena Amy,
Yes.
Tadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zellner,
Yes.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so I think we're at a good point to stop. We've gone through all of 14. Let me check in with the Building Standards Commission. Do we need a vote to capture all of those? Or does that just at the end of all
No,
of
that,
part 2?
yeah, we can get a global motion at the end of the whole item, agenda
Okay.
item.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then I'd like to adjourn for lunch. If we come back at 1:30, would that give you folks, or may I ask it the other way, does anybody have a problem with making 1:30 our reconvene time? Hearing none, let's adjourn till 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. See you at 1:30.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Well fed and rested, ready to go for the afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we'll be ready in just a moment. I think staff are
Okay.
still assembling. Hope you had a
That's
good lunch.
fine. Yep. I spent my lunch reading code.
As a true code nerd, as we like to call ourselves.
Yes.
Take them on vacation with us. Absolutely. Thanks, Bill.
Hey, Bill, is there a setting in your microphone that you can turn up?
I don't know.
Okay.
Let me, I can try to talk a little louder. I don't know that I can do that with my, is it still coming in kind of light?
It's
Compared
just
to others,
muffled, yeah.
Compared to others, yes.
Yeah.
We can hear you, but we like when you speak up. When you tell people to, when you jump in, I like to.
Yeah. And another thing. Yeah. Okay. All right. Do we have everybody back? So we don't have everybody on screen yet. So how does my voice sound now? Is that any different?
Good.
And-
Not on our end, but that's okay. I'm gonna.
Okay, that didn't work. Okay, well, let's go ahead and reconvene. I'll try to speak up. And feel free to let me know if I need to speak up at some point if I trail off. So where did we leave off? We finished the
It
14.
was item 15, I think we were ready to do.
So 15 looks to be pretty straightforward. That's skilled nursing. So unless anybody has any reasons why not, let's go ahead and turn it over to Ashpad.
Okay. Item 15, I'll talk about 15-1, which is very similar to, we discussed this earlier in section 1224. This is the patient room storage. Again, we were trying to align all the language to be similar, and this was written different than 1224. And for 15-2, special treatment program service, we're proposing to amend the section to clarify that the skilled nursing facility shall have a minimum of 30 beds for a special treatment program. This is actually came up recently in a few projects, and this is a requirement in Title 22 for license. I can go on to 16 if you'd like.
Please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, Bill, I'll go ahead and so I was just going to go over item 16-4. Let's get over here really quickly. 16-4 is modify. I'm skipping 16-1, 2, and 3 because they're minor edits. 16-4 is modifying outpatient surgical service spaces in a clinic. And we're adding the section for procedure rooms, making sure that there's clarity that procedure rooms are optional. And when they're provided, they comply to the appropriate 1224 section. So that's it for item 16.
Okay. Okay, let's take questions from the committee. Renee, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, on the first item, that would be 15-1, the patient storage issue. I know this must have been just an oversight, and I've got to scroll to it. Here we go. patient storage, reading the text as indicated, each patient room shall provide a separate wardrobe locker. It looks like the E on the end of provide was stricken for whatever reason. So I think it's kind of important that we see that corrected.
So I think what you're seeing is the E. The E has a horizontal line.
Yeah,
I
and
don't think that's a strike through.
if
I'm zooming in really,
yeah.
really, super zoom here. I don't think the E was stricken and provided.
Okay. You know what? You are correct. I have just zoomed in 3 times to see that. Yeah. Okay. So I get to say never mind. My best Rosanna Dana voice.
Emily Latilla.
Oh, thank you. Never mind. You're correct. Never mind.
Okay. Any other comments from the committee? I'm going to pause just a moment before I rush off. Okay. Any comments on the phones on items 15 or 16?
No public comment.
Okay, so back to the committee. Can entertain a motion on items 15 and 16 or in pieces. Dawn Anderson.
I'll make a motion to approve item 15.
Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
Any comments from the committee? None. Let's go to a vote. Irina?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zolmer.
Yes.
Unanimous motion carried.
Okay, we have a motion on item 16.
I have one comment on 16 through the chair to the staff, to Oshpod, I should say. The last sentence where you've struck administrative center, the only reason this came to my mind is because I didn't know why the administrative center was struck. This, I didn't know what this meant. Is it the medication preparation room or is it visual control? So that's why I had a question about the administrative center.
Yeah, Don, that actually came from FGI. They were looking at using a different term rather than nurse station, and they started introducing this term administrative center. We followed suit and found out that it created more confusion than it was than any kind of benefit we got out of it. So we reverted back to nurse station because that's what everyone's been calling it. That's what it is. And to try to be politically correct with the administrative center just wasn't working. And so we've given up in other areas of the code. This is one of the remnants we hadn't fixed yet.
Okay, thank you. And then what is this referring to in the last sentence there? Is it referring to the medication preparation room?
We're talking about the med prep room. And it may be part of the nurse station.
Okay, I didn't know what this was referring to.
Yes.
So I appreciate your comments, Don. I've got a comment along a similar line, and I just want to check in with Oshpod on this. At first, I jumped to the conclusion that it implies that you must have a nurse station. As I reread it, it says this may be part of the nurse station. If you don't have a nurse station, though, for whatever reason, if you're in a clinic it's not required to have a nurse station. Your medication preparation room or area, it may not be part of an administrative center. So I'm trying to get a handle on what does that look like then?
Yeah, Bill, the way this gets set up is like 1224, 1226 is very similar, where we try to deal with the common elements as a group. And so 1224 goes through a bunch of different locations and kind of service spaces. And all of those are when other service areas need them. And so, and this is much the same. And so for 1226.4, we're saying when you have a nurse station, this is what goes in it.
Okay.
And then if you look at, say, a primary care clinic saying you need a nurse station, well, then it points to this.
Medication prep room.
Or the med prep room, or what, they're all,
Right.
all of these are in 1226.4 as common elements.
Thank you. Dawn Anderson.
Yeah, just a follow-up question then, Bill, and to Oshpod, is the may in that sentence then, should be a shall?
The last sentence, no.
Okay, so that's still optional.
It's permissive.
Okay. Shall be permitted, whatever. All right.
Okay, any further comments from the committee? Hearing none, do we have any comments from the public on the phone?
There's no public comment.
Thank you. Back to the committee, I'd like to entertain a motion on item 16.
This is Cheryl. I make a motion to approve all of item 16.
I'll second it.
Do we have any further comments? Hearing none. Irina, could we take a roll vote?
Gary Danger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Dawn Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Tadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zellmer.
Yes.
Unanimous motion carried.
Okay, back to Oshpod for item 17.
Okay, again, I'll just highlight the sections with significant changes. So 17-2 again is patient storage. This is for psych, and so it's slightly different because we let's see, it's slightly different because personal effects for each shelves or for folding garments shall be used. So this one has a different sentence at the end that's not being amended to
Ligature
reduce
resistance.
ligature resistance, what Eric said. 17-13, which is pediatric and adolescent psych. This is, pardon me?
No, 17-13.
Sorry, 17-3, I'm sorry. This is the psych part of 122830 for the pediatric and adolescent psych services. This is again to clarify that the pediatric and adolescent mental health service-based patient areas are separate from each other and are separate from the nursing unit, the adult nursing unit, excuse me. And then in 17-4, again, we're adding a paragraph that chemical dependency recovery hospital can be a supplemental service within the psych. And that ends 1228. So that's goes on to item 18 is the next one. So I can pause there if you like.
Yes, please. Questions from the committee? Dawn Anderson.
Yes, on item number 17.1, just these are grammatical, but I don't believe the section 1228.2 application is reading correctly. An acute psychiatric hospital shall meet the requirements of section 1228 for a non-medical units. So I think there's a mismatch in plurality there.
Mm-hmm.
And then skipping down, if a psychiatric facility or unit provides acute medical care. Just making sure we understand what all these individual facilities are. I didn't really know what the unit was referring to. And that's it. That's all my comments on that. Then going to the next section, 17-3, I guess, because we've gone over the pediatric one pretty well. Actually, 17.4, chemical dependency and recovery. The title is Chemical Dependency Recovery Hospital and not Services. Pursuant to the Health and Safety Code 1253, which I've reviewed, acute care hospitals may provide chemical dependency recovery services in a distinct part. That's very important. And then it says, if provided, and I didn't know what that meant, if what was provided. Is it the acute care hospital, the unit, or the chemical dependency recovery services that were being provided, or is it all sort of one or specific? So those were my questions on section 17. Thank you.
Okay. I can respond to the chemical dependency recovery hospital title. So when the law, when the bill chaptered and it went into law, the law calls it a hospital. And that's a little bit tricky because these are really, for the most part, they're services within these various buildings. They could be an OSHPD 1, they could be an OSHPD 5s, and they could be separate completely. So we're having to kind of use the language in the law a little bit. We are trying to clarify services that would be within a distinct part. And did you have anything, Richard? Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I was just gonna add that the if provided, the comma tells you what's going to be provided, what follows the comma. So if provided, the chemical dependency recovery hospital or unit and services shall comply. So it's just what follows the comma is what is included.
Well, is it the chemical dependency recovery hospital, comma, or unit, comma, and services shall comply? Are those separate entities? Which one? I was just, it's not the content of the.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can fix the sentence. I see what you're saying. The or and the and need to, something needs to happen there. That's fine.
Fine. Yeah, just be.
We respond to application under 0.8 or 8.2 for unit. Don brought that up earlier. We can.
Questions.
Right.
Okay, so I've got a question. Oh, I'm sorry, Renee, go ahead.
And pardon me, but just to follow up on Dawn's comment, as one looks at that little section, and again, not to keep driving the nail, but the term unit is not otherwise used in that paragraph. And so I understand the idea of the law calling this what might otherwise be called a unit, a hospital. But given that the unit is first introduced at that last sentence, the paragraph talks about hospitals, a chemical dependency recovery hospital, and chemical dependency recovery services. But the term unit is first introduced with the shall comply with section 1229. So it seems almost extraneous to have unit in there. But again, if it's a term that's being bandied about elsewhere and is important, that makes sense. It could be clarified though.
Okay. Renee, I'll try to respond to that. Goes up to where Don first was questioning the use of unit in 1228.2 for application. About halfway through that paragraph where we added the term psychiatric in front of facility. and said facility or unit provides acute medical care. Where that actually comes from is when we were discussing psychiatric nursing units in a general acute care hospital in 1224.31, we direct them to section 1228 if it is primarily psychiatric in nature and doesn't have medical comorbidities. So those would be units, and now you've been directed to 1228 for your psych unit. All this wants to do is say, yeah, you're still in the right place, even though you've got a psych unit and it's not its own hospital, you're still following 1228. And so unit does show up in a variety of locations, and we use that primarily when we're talking about nursing units. And so it's pretty consistent throughout 1224, and it follows suit then in 1228.
Okay, so Ashpad, Eric and Mia, I've got a question that's been gnawing at me on this. Within the context of a psychiatric hospital, you could have a medical unit or a non-medical unit. It looks like, the way I'm reading this, if you have a medical unit, you won't have all of the anti-ligature requirements because they're in 1228. Now, is that what you intend?
No.
What this is doing, Bill, is saying if you have a chemical dependency recovery hospital in a psychiatric unit, it's pointing you 1229 to meet the requirements of.
I'm sorry, but I should have been more specific. In the 1228.2 section, our item 17-1, that whatever sentence, I've highlighted mine in yellow. I'm looking at my yellow area. If a psychiatric facility or unit provides acute medical care, see section 1224.31. When you go to there, that's the psych section. Does that include all of the anti-ligature stuff that you would want in a psych hospital?
Yes.
It
The
does.
answer is
Okay.
yes. Where it comes from, Bill, is the administrative code. When we talk about functional programs, and in particular, the patient safety risk assessment needs to deal with a behavioral risk assessment. And you have to identify your patient population, the potential hazards that are associated with the built environment that population might have problems with, and then how you're mitigating each of those. And so the mitigation is going to get into how you're applying appropriate anti-ligature. There is some anti-ligature that shows in 1224 as well.
Okay, thank you.
So to
I'm
follow
sorry,
up
let me
on,
just finish. Let me finish
okay, sorry.
one comment's done. I'm sorry. So I've gone off about not wordsmithing. Nonetheless, the comment, same sentence, if a psychiatric facility or unit provides acute medical care, see section 1224.31. It would be far better if it says you shall comply with section 1224.31. It would be a tighter way to write it. Somebody who's flippant could say, yeah, I saw that section. I saw it. And so I'll let it go with that. Don Anderson.
Yeah, and the safety code that you cite here, 1250.3, doesn't actually talk about hospitals at all. And to just follow up with Bill's comments, this is chemical dependency recovery services that we're really talking about. So, and then the clarity comes in, hey, where you provide these services, they can be in distinct spaces and blah, blah, blah. So
1250.3 actually calls it a chemical dependency recovery hospital, and that's the language we're using. We recognize that's not a hospital, and in the introduction, it says that for this section only, it will be referred to as a hospital. Just because they put that in the law.
It's in the law. We can't change that.
It's been there for quite a while. Like Betty Ford Clinic is a chemical dependency recovery hospital, but it's not licensed as a hospital.
Is that the same definition as we have in the code for hospital?
No, but it's because they put it in the law, we
Legislature did.
can't change the naming of it.
Well, the title isn't law, is it?
I'm sorry?
The title of the code section isn't part of the regulation.
The law actually defines chemical dependency recovery hospital and says that we shall provide regulations for that.
If I could do a quick sidebar, this is a weird, strange world we stumbled into at Sutter Health. Finding there are no requirements, or there were not requirements for this 4 years ago. So while the law says you can have a chemical dependency recovery hospital, well, how big should the rooms be? Do they have to have a window? What's the CFM required in the mechanical system? None of that existed. And so it made it really strange to try to get a permit and be held to a non-existent standard. So that's how 1229 came into existence. And now as I read this, the language is getting tightened a little bit better so that it all works together that much better. Okay, any further comments from the committee on item 17? Any comments from the public on item 17?
There's no public comment.
Thank you. So back to the committee. Would somebody like to make a motion? I'll make a motion. I motion we approve item 17. I'm sorry. I'd like to allow for a little bit of the wordsmithing and go back for further study for item 17. I'm going to rescind that because I think we can approve pieces of this.
I can volunteer a motion. I'll volunteer items 17-1, 2, and 3 be approved as submitted. Item 17-4 be returned for further study. And that would be under item 6 for the 9-point criteria for item number 17-4.
Point of order, we can't make two different motions in one. So this need to be two separate motions.
I was wondering.
Okay. Motion for 17-1 through 3 to be approved as submitted.
I second it.
Any further comment? Let's go to a vote. Irina?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Cheryl?
She's on mute.
Yeah, you're on mute, Cheryl. We've got a
Sorry,
motion.
sorry, yes.
Bill Zillmer,
Yes.
unanimous motion carried.
Would somebody like to make another motion?
I'll make a motion that item number 17-4 be returned for further study.
I second.
Criteria number 6.
Yeah.
And
Can I
a second?
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes.
Can we get clarification on what the further study is on that section? Because the comment that was made is work on the last sentence that says recovery hospitals or unit and services. That was the comment, right?
Yes.
Yeah, a referral back to if provided. What is being provided? It's the chemical dependency services, really. And then it goes on to say where those are and differentiating them with commas, I guess.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further comment? Hearing done, let's go to a vote.
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
No.
Bill Zellmer,
Yes.
7 in favor, 1 object, motion is carried.
Okay, Oshpod, item 18. And then after that, I think we can do 19, 20, and 21 all at one time. But why don't we keep 18 separate?
Okay. Yeah. So 18, essentially the largest changes, again, the patient storage. I honestly think I could talk about 19 and we're going to
Okay.
withdraw 20 and 21, so we don't need a motion on those, and I can explain why if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Okay, so items 19 and items 20 and 21 point to chapter 14 and 15. Those two chapters were already heard by the Structural Design Lateral Forces Committee, and so we don't need to hear them here. So we're going to withdraw those from this package, and they were what was heard at SDLF will stand.
Fantastic. Yeah, I guess this is pretty straightforward. So we have 18 and 19. I think we can just open it up to the committee to ask any questions. Don Anderson.
Yes, I had a question on item 18-2. And that's code section 1229.31. The wording here is kind of funky. So when provided, that's other chemicals dependency service space, other service spaces, which we aren't clarifying, but they would be other than other chemical dependency service spaces. For services, again, the word services, I'm not quite sure what services are provided for the treatment of chemical dependency. Okay, not addressed in some. So that sentence is a little bit confusing to me, and I think it sort of hooks on to that other section we were looking at previously in 17. So I would be referring this back for further study.
Thank you. Cheryl. Cheryl, you're on mute.
I appreciate Dawn's comments, but I cannot support it because the language that you have problems with is existing language and not regarding the proposed change.
Thank you, Cheryl. I think I may have skipped over Oshpod if you wanted to explain at all a response to Dawn's comments.
Essentially, what we're saying is if the services are provided elsewhere.
Well, it's if you're providing other services that the law did not include. And so the law has in there a sentence that you can be providing other chemical dependency services that aren't described in the law if it's subject to CDPH. And so we were left with this bag that didn't have anything in it. We have to allow that there could be some other services that CDPH is going to bless, we have no clue what they are. And so it is very, very, very difficult to talk about them other than have a placeholder for them. That's what this came into existence to be, is trying to be consistent with what the law is and not tying down the legislature as to, okay, what did you mean by this? Because there is no there. So this is the placeholder. It's as good as we can get until we know more.
Okay. When provided other service spaces for the treatment of chemical dependency. There's two providers and there's two services, and that's what makes it confusing for me. But thank you for that explanation. I understand.
I'm gonna actually here's the question that I have, which is related to Dawn's. What is prompting any change can we make it related? I mean, what is promised? Why is there any change being made to the existing language? Because I mean, where is not the right word, because it's not a physical location. So we can object to that, obviously, but maybe the comment is that HCI didn't focus enough on what words need to be changed in this paragraph to have it make sense. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. You're right. It's not a complete sentence, actually.
So I gotta admit, I disagree. As I read it, it makes sense to me. It may have a little rhythm to it. When provided other service space for services provided for the treatment of chemical dependency not addressed in section 1229 shall comply with the applicable provisions in sections 1224, 1228. These services shall have prior approval from CDPH. I'm tracking along with that fine. I do want to add one other comment, though, keeping in mind the nature of these. I don't know how frequent they will be non-OSHPA jurisdiction, but probably quite a few of these will occur outside of OSHPA jurisdiction. So the reference to 1224 or 1228 would be applicable to the kinds of things that we might be talking about that are in 1224 or 1224.8, but it's all speculative. I would imagine one of the things might be a counseling service. And something like that, well, how big does that counseling room have to be? There is a requirement in 1224 for I don't think the word is a counseling room, it's what is it? There's a word I can't think of. But it's simply saying whatever the thing is that you're going to provide, it shall comply with the appropriate applicable requirements. Okay, I'm going to pass it on to Renee.
Thank you. Real quickly, and again, wordsmithing, but hey, OSHPA and HCI have decided to clarify, since where has been changed to when doesn't make it any more clear. But hey, if we get rid of the first two words, such as when provided, comma, what if we, instead of when provided, the word all started that sentence? All other service spaces for services provided for the treatment of chemical dependency not addressed in section 1229 shall comply with the provisions in sections 1224 or 1228. That reads to me clear as a bell. That when provided isn't needed because they're already being provided in that second iteration of that past participle. So that makes sense to me. So I would say, hey, further study or agree on making that change per number 6 of the 9-point matrix.
Thank you, Renee. So I want to back up. and forgive me, sometimes I have trouble tracking. We have a motion on the floor, right?
No.
No,
We do not. Okay,
No, not yet.
okay,
just discussion.
okay. We're moving along.
So there is-
Okay,
Is this optional or no?
I'm sorry, Sudhir. Could
Other
you explain?
these services is that space optional or is it at all places?
It's optional.
Optional. Then when is then I like the word when.
Okay, this is
Okay.
Cheryl. I'm making a motion for further study. Making a motion for further study.
I'll second it.
Okay, before we go there, I don't think we had time for the public comment.
Okay.
It seems
There's no
likely we're
public
not gonna
comment.
have. Okay, thank you. Okay, Cheryl,
This is Cheryl. I'm making a motion for further study.
I'll second it.
do we have any further comments?
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Is that further study for 18-1, 18-2, and 19-1, or is it only for 18-2?
Thank you. Thank you, Mia. I'm making a motion for solely item 18-2 for further study.
Just double checking you're okay with that, Sudhir?
I'm okay with
And,
that. Yes.
Okay.
and what criteria is that?
6, criteria 6. Dawn's saying criteria 3.
No, 6.
Yeah, 6. Okay.
So we need to have two separate motions.
Yes, we'll need another one after this one, Sudhir.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Okay, Irina, can we take a vote?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
And just to clarify, this is just for 18-1, correct?
18-2.
-2. Oh, -2. For further, I say no.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
I'm sorry. Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
I say no.
6 in favor, 2 object, motion is carried.
This is Cheryl Domnich, and I'd like to make a motion on items 18-1 and 19-1. This is a motion to approve.
I second it. Okay, go ahead.
Who was the second?
I was.
Okay. Any comments from the committee? Hearing none, we will go to a vote. Irina?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
Yes.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
unanimous motion carried.
So that brings us to the end, right? So we need to have a motion to, and help me out with this, Kevin, or the Building Standards Commission, a motion to accept all of our motions. How do I word that?
Yeah, it would be to accept all the committee's recommendations on this entire agenda item. I forgot which agenda item we're on, 6.
Yeah.
This is Cheryl. I make a motion to approve all of our committee decisions on all of the agenda items for agenda item number 6.
Carol, can we also add item 20 and 21 were withdrawn?
And yes, I will support that. Items 20 and 21 have been withdrawn.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Irina, can we have a roll call?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
No.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
7 in favor, 1 object, motion is carried.
I want to go back. So I skipped over comments, and because we did have a no vote. Dawn, did you want an opportunity to explain?
I just, it goes back to our earlier discussions about the fire life safety engineers, fire engineers, and that. So that's all. I don't want to approve something that I voted no on. So.
That discussion was in part 5, Dawn, not part 6. So that was not part of this motion. That was not at all part of this motion that we just had right now.
Oh, I thought it was for all of our discussion.
No, it's only for agenda item 6, which excludes that whole discussion on the fire protection engineer.
Oh, okay. Very good. Then I'm more than happy to change my vote.
It passed anyway.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Okay. Without further ado, I want to thank you all for attending today. I know your time is valuable.
Bill, point of order, there is one more motion to approve the whole ASHPOD proposal for today. Yeah.
Okay. Could we have a motion to approve all of ASHPOD's proposals as presented today?
So I move that all the ASPAT proposal except the withdrawal of item 20 and 21 from chapter 6 be approved as proposed.
I will second it.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Hearing none, can we go to a vote?
Gary Dunger,
Yes.
Belinda Young,
Yes.
Don Anderson,
No.
Renee Amy,
Yes.
Sadir Agrawal,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Cheryl Damnich,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
7 in favor, 1 object, motion carried.
We've got a hand up from ASHPOD.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the committee for their thoughtful comments and appreciate your time because I know this is a volunteer committee and I know this is a lot of work. So thank you so much.
And I'd like to say the same. I appreciate all the conversation that we had today. We're just all trying to make the code read a little bit better.
And thank you, Bill, for excellent chairmanship.
Thank you, Bill.
And thank you to ASHPOD for your hard work in putting together the proposed changes.
Okay.
Thank
Folks
you,
of the Building
everyone.
Standards Commission, anything else? Have a great afternoon.
Just as a point of levity, I'll point out, I can't wait till our AI overlords take over and rewrite all these codes for clarity, at least in their minds, right? And we become very dispensable at that point. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
And so,
Sure.
Mr. Chair, we
Thank
just
you.
need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in
Aye,
favor?
aye, aye, aye,
Aye.
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 Hi,
Unanimous.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay. Have a good
Okay,
afternoon.
thanks.
work.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Take
Bye.
care.